Hi, this is Alec Gillis for the Stan Winston School of Character Arts. You've seen how to sculpt a full body character from top to bottom, but how do we take it from sculpture to an on-set living, breathing suit? There's a few steps. We got to mold it. We got to cast it out of foam latex. We got to fit it to Tom Woodruff Jr. That's cool. And we got to paint it.
Does that read a little better?
Yeah, that looks great. Come and watch how we do all those things. So what Tim is doing is laying on wet paper towel. This creates a barrier between the oil clay sculpture and the subsequent pieces of wet clay that we're going to put on afterwards.
So you have to build the jacket first with the clay inside of it, take the jacket off, take all the clay out, put the jacket back on so you have a hollow. So then you fill that hollow with silicone. Well, this is a 3/8 board. This is the thickness of the clay that I want the silicone to replace later on. So 3/8 is pretty much the standard thickness of what our silicone is going to be. So this 3/8 board I cut at 3/8, but then I'm just laying sheets down, kind of a puzzle piece, until this whole thing's covered.
So the thickness of the clay determines how much negative space there will be between your matrix mold jacket and the sculpture. It also directly relates to how much money you're spending on silicone, because if you, for instance, do a 2-inch thickness of clay there, you're going to be spending a lot more money on silicone. If you do a 1/4-inch thickness, you'll spend much less money on silicone, but your clearance between your jacket matrix and your sculpture will be very, very minimal, and you could ding the sculpture when you're taking the jacket on and off, but you'll see that in future steps. So the first goal here is to lay on the basic shape over top of the sculpture and get it smoothed out a bit, and then we'll move on to putting keys into the clay. This smoothing process works very well when you use a piece of Scott foam. It's an open cell black foam that is very rough. You dip it in water and you just basically start scrubbing and kind of raking down the sculpture, getting out your finger marks and smoothing it out a bit. The reason that you want it to be smooth is you don't want a lot of dimples and blobs on the clay, because all that becomes a negative shape in the jacket and can hurt the registration of the final silicone negative. Now Tim has switched over to a finer piece of foam, just a piece of upholstery, polyfoam upholstery foam, and he's scrubbing it down to get rid of the kind of the rougher rake marks of the Scott foam.
The silicone also has to key into the case, so I have to make clay keys that will then be represented later by silicone, but will key into the mold. Because all the smooth silicone inside a case will float around a little bit and it won't lock in properly.
Normally these longer keys are, in my opinion, are better than just simple like little rectangles or squares, because those rectangles and squares sometimes don't pop in quite as easily, or it's very easy to miss one of them when you're registering it back into the mold in later steps, and then you get a big weird dent in your casting. That'll become a little bit more apparent as we get down the line in the process. The cutting board is a tool that you can make very easily, and it keeps your clay thicknesses uniform. It's just a piece of wood with a couple pieces of metal on it. You can also glue other pieces of wood, hot glue, if you don't want to get into drilling and countersinking and all that nonsense. The great thing about wet clay is that it works very quickly. You wouldn't want to use oil clay for this kind of step because there's no point in it. It's not like you're putting detail into this. You're just whacking in shapes to provide a negative space for the ultimate molding of your sculpture. The great thing about the metal runners on the cutting board is that when you drag your wire clay cutter along it, you're not tearing up a wooden surface. So that's why we use the metal. But you can use wood. You can also just roll it out with a rolling pin and do it by eye. But this is a little bit of a more professional approach. Normally, we will use white clay for this process. I called it wet clay a minute ago. That's kind of a misnomer. White clay, EM210, is a little bit cheaper. It's a little bit more granular, dries out a little more quickly, but again, it's not a sculpture, so it doesn't really so much matter. Tim is creating an extra key surface here that will help grab into the jacket even more tenaciously. Ultimately, in the mold, this is where the mold will be parted. We'll run a razor slice right up this center line, that kind of mohawk line, and cut the silicone apart right there so that we can make a two-piece jacket. So the quickest and easiest way to create a separating wall for your matrix mold is aluminum sheeting. It's a very thin metal sheet that is easily cut with scissors or tin snips, and you can just press it right into the clay, and that gives you your wall. The other method is to more laboriously lay up a clay wall, but why do that if you can do it this way? We bend keys into the metal shim stock so that we create a registration on each side of the mold. That's why that zigzaggy pattern is in Tim's hand right now. Sometimes, if we really want to go quickly, we press the shim stock in, and we'll make the two halves of the mold at the same time, so that there's basically a thin barrier of metal between the two halves of the matrix. That's okay because it's not going to give you a terrible seam, because your real seam quality comes from the silicone piece inside the mold, not from the matrix itself. Sometimes, to make the mold even quicker, we'll just mold the two halves of the jacket simultaneously, leaving the shim stock in, and the shim stock basically becomes kind of both a separating wall and a release between the two halves of the jacket. Other times, if we're being a little bit more careful or there's time, we'll only do one half at a time, pull the shim stock out after the first half sets up, release that, and do the second half. The metal tape is used to bond the separate sections so that you don't have any leakage of material down in between them. They're cut into that arrow shape just so that you mess with the edge as little as possible. But remember, with the shim stock wall, even if you choose to leave the shim stock in and do both halves of the jacket simultaneously, it's not really the jacket that gives you the nice tight seam line. It's the slice in the silicone inside the jacket. So That's where we get a little cavalier. It's a corner cutting step. Some people would call it lazy. I call it creative, effective time management. The reason that we seal the wet clay is because fiberglass doesn't really like moisture, it doesn't like water. So we spray crystal clear, which is an acrylic spray coating, on top of the water clay, and that stops it from leaching water into the fiberglass. If you don't do this, you might get areas of gel coat that don't set up, you might get alligatoring, and then it also makes a nice kind of stable surface to apply your release, your wax release. So this is a very soft wax that's brushable. Now that the wet clay has been coated with crystal clear, we can be a little bit more aggressive in how we handle the surface of that. But all surfaces need to be covered. That's why Tim is coating the bust itself with release. If you don't do that, your fiberglass is probably going to bond permanently to the bust, and then you'll never get your mold open. Oftentimes, people who are just starting out in the business are overly meticulous with their brush strokes. If you notice how Tim is using the brush, he's piling the stuff on, powering it on. And that is something that we always tell newbies is there's times to work slowly and carefully, and times when you want to work quickly and efficiently. Bondo resin is what we use for a face coat, as opposed to just going with straight fiberglass resin. We use the Bondo because it's a little bit more forgiving when it comes to moisture. Bondo will set up against a lot of moist surfaces, but Bondo in itself is a little bit soft and not very brushable because it's too viscous and thick. So we mix in a little bit of laminating resin with that, and we make a kind of a thickish paste that gives us two things. It's easy to apply, and it is more forgiving when it comes to moisture. Make sure that when you catalyze your Bondo resin that you use both the catalyst for the resin and the cream hardener for the Bondo. Otherwise, you won't get a full set. Tim is working with a partner because he's going as quickly as he can. He wants to mix one batch of Bondo resin, and it will set fairly quickly. The Bondo is pretty quick setting. So by pulling in a buddy, you get the work done that much quicker. The next step is to mix the mud. That is polyester resin thickened with Cabosil, and that gets applied over top of the face coat of the Bondo resin. That's the first step in applying the fiberglass. So over top of the face coat of Bondo resin goes the mud. You'll notice that there isn't really any Bondo resin on the metal shims, and that's because the metal has no moisture in it. That's what the Bondo resin is for. The mud is to average out the hard angles on the surface, because once you start applying the matte saturated with your polyester resin, you'll see that it doesn't bend over tight areas particularly well. So we fill in all the gaps with the mud. And once that has set, it's time to mix up the polyester resin carefully with the MEKP, properly measured according to the manufacturer's specifications, or if you want to go really fast, you add a little bit more. You just can't add too little. If you add too little, it'll never set up. So here we are saturating the little pieces of fiberglass mat. And the reason we use mat and not glass, woven glass, is that the mat takes the contours better than the glass does. So we set up a little assembly line, a bucket brigade, and we start tamping in the fiberglass mat to build up the thickness of our jacket. Being careful to work out all of the bubbles that might be trapped in between the layers so that you get the strongest possible jacket. We do this on a piece of aluminum foil because it doesn't saturate into the paper. If you do it on paper, eventually you're going to eat through the paper and make a mess. So that's why we like the foil. You want to work with enough of the resin to saturate, but not so much that it's running all over the place. The key to strong fiberglass is to use as little resin saturating the mat as possible, because it's really the mat that gives you most of the strength. A lot of times people go way overboard and they make a big, thick boat hull of a jacket mold. It's not really necessary. What you want is you want to get your layers of mat saturated just enough that you can lay them down and tamp it, work all the bubbles out, and that gives you the strongest piece possible. Now, Tim is a professional, and he has opted not to wear eyewear. Eyewear is a good idea to wear when you're making a mold like this because your eye can be splashed with toxic chemicals, and that's not fun for anyone. And as a shop owner, I can tell you that it is not Amalgamated Dynamics policy to allow this kind of work to go on without proper eyewear. Now, there's a young man who has proper eyewear, but I think that's more of a fashion statement than it is a safety precaution. But Tim is an experienced hand, so if he were standing next to me right now, he would say, I'm not splashing stuff all over the place. Only rank amateurs do that. Oh, but he does have to blow himself off on occasion to get some of the fiberglass mat off his body.
You open the jacket up once the fiberglass is set and trimmed, all the holes are drilled into it. Open that up, take all the clay out of the case and then save it, because what that does is that represents your silicone. First thing, I want to release this sculpture with a little bit of 301. And what that is basically it's a spray Vaseline. I'm using this as a mold release because I want to be careful with this mud type texture and not reactivate it and get it kind of wet. But this will keep the silicone from really biting into this mud. So I'm going to set this aside and let that do its thing. And what I want to do now is I need to drill holes into the case for bleeders. And what that does is once you start to pour silicone in this thing, all the air will start to obviously rise to the top, and you don't want to get air pockets or bubbles in your high spots. So I'm going to start drilling some holes. Basically in all the high spots of this mold. Again, you don't have to drill every couple inches. It just needs to be in the high parts. And since this is going to be sitting upright, I can gauge where the bubbles I think are going to collect and put holes there. So now I have made these little pour spouts, drilled a hole about the size of a cardboard tube, and I'm going to glue these here so that I can pour silicone into this. And I'm just going to use a hot glue gun. And if you guys have it, using an air duster again for hot glue, using it upside down so the coolant sprays out, is a good way to speed along that cooling off process, or you're going to be standing here for 10 minutes while this thing cools off. So I'm using a pretty generous amount of glue to really just not only create a seal around this edge, but to keep it strong. Because once you start pouring silicone, if you have silicone pouring out of areas you don't want, it's really hard to plug up. So you're going to want to make sure that all this stuff is sealed up as best as you can. Okay, so I'm going to do the same on this one. Okay, now that all the holes are drilled and I've got my pour spout glued on, I'm going to release the inside of the case with Vaseline. And what this does is when you pour the silicone in, enables you to actually pull the cured silicone out from the case. Gives a little bit of lubrication so this pulls out a little bit easier, because we're going to have to cut the silicone in half. We're going to razor cut that, which is sort of a different technique than what you would do if you just laid it up one half at a time. But so just going to So obviously very carefully putting this jacket back on so that you don't contact the sculpture. You don't want to ding that and then mold it. So I've got one half on, that looks good. Anytime you make a mold, whether it be fiberglass or silicone, chances are the clay sculpture is not going to survive. This might survive a little bit better because of the silicone, but with all that clay and stuff, that's definitely going to come off. So the clay sculpture itself will probably be mostly intact, but the clay texture, I think, is going to come off. But that's okay, because once you've molded it, the clay has served its purpose. So now I'm going to start rebolting this. So just 3/8 machine bolts and wing nuts. So I'm using a drill and a 3/8 socket bit. This obviously makes things a lot quicker. Okay, so now that I've got this case bolted together, keep in mind that when you pour silicone, you might have some tiny gaps in the edge of the case and even underneath where it makes contact. So what I want to do is I want to fill those gaps with hot glue so that when I pour, I'll have everything completely sealed off and I won't have to deal with any leaks that you don't want. So I'm just going to really small bead of hot glue along the edge. This is something that when you open it up, obviously you're going to have to scrape off, but I'll show you an easy way to do that too. And this is creating just, you know, airtight seal so that you don't have silicone leaking out. So I'm being very mindful of getting every tiny little bit of this seal filled with some glue. Even the smallest little pinhole, silicone will be forced out with the hydraulic pressure. Because when you pour about 10,000 grams of silicone, it builds up a lot of pressure and it will force its way out of any tiny little crack or hole. Okay, so what we have here is 2 buckets full of clay that we scraped out of the jacket when we actually laid up the clay first. So if you have this much clay, obviously the same volume in silicone is what you're going to be using to fill this up. And the reason is you don't want to overshoot and make up way too much silicone because that's a very expensive, wasteful thing to do. What I'm going to do is actually, now that I see what's in there, I can kind of gauge on how many gram batches I'll need. And usually with the size buckets that we use, because we're going to also evacuate it, when you evacuate silicone, it basically expands the air bubbles and then they pop. So if you're thinking the silicone that you pour into a bucket is going to expand, it's only going to expand so much before it overflows. So each one of these buckets holds 2,000 grams of silicone once it's catalyzed, and that will, when you evacuate it, that'll rise to the top. And then all the bubbles will pop and it'll settle back down again. Any more than that and it'll basically overflow. So that's why I do them in 2,000 gram batches. So now looking at the clay that I have, I'm guesstimating it's going to take about a total of 8,000 grams of silicone. If you go a little bit shy, that's okay, then you can always make a little bit more, but if you've gone way too much, you've just wasted a lot of time and money. So I'm just going to continue my bead of hot glue here, seal up this gasket. Okay, so now I'm going to measure out my silicone, and each one of these buckets is going to have 2,000 grams, like I said, and instead of actually having to weigh out 2,000 grams, what you can do is make a little cheat stick. So if you weigh out 2,000 grams, you can take a paint stick, basically put it in there and mark the water line, if you will, the top layer, and find out how thick that is per bucket. So this cheat now, I can basically just mark inside the bucket where 2,000 grams will be so that I don't have to keep weighing it out. So now that I have my mark, I'm going to fill the silicone up to there, and I know that's 2,000 grams. So all I have to weigh out is the catalyst. So now what I'm going to do is catalyze the silicone, and you can catalyze it depending on how much time you want it to take to set. So the minimal is 10%. If you go anything less than 10% catalyst, it probably won't set up and you just have a big gummy mess. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to do the 10% so that it gives it plenty of time to flow through the mold, and then it'll set up in about 8 hours. So now that I have 2,000 grams, obviously the
10% is going to be 200 grams. So I'm going to tear out any cup and going to weigh out 200 grams. It says shake first, probably a good idea. $200 grams. And pour this into the silicone and mix that up really well. So what you obviously want to do is, for color, make sure that you scrape the sides, get all the white silicone to mix with the green catalyst. There's either green or blue. The green sets off a little bit slower and has a different finish consistency, a different tear strength than the blue for some reason. I'm not sure why, but I like using the green. So always scrape the bottom of the bucket, scrape the sides, because you don't want to pour uncatalyzed silicone into your mold. So I'm just going to do each one of these buckets one at a time. Put it inside the evacuator, turn it on. It's basically sucking all the air out so that these tiny little bubbles will expand and pop. The pressure pot is it pumps air into it and creates a pressure that squishes all the bubbles. Okay, taking this lid off, heads up. All right. The reason I have two pour spouts is because if you use one and that basically gets filled with silicone, it's going to take a lot longer for the air to come out of the little the bleeders that I've drilled into there. So I put two there so I can kind of fill up one and fill up another back and forth, so to really get this thing going faster. So I'm just going to pour up one side. If I want, I can switch to the other side, fill this one up. Kind of keep going back and forth. Make sure you get all the silicone out of your bucket. That's gold. Okay, so I'm just going to repeat the process. So you can see now that the silicone is basically starting to come through these little holes that I've drilled, meaning that all the air has been forced out of that area and it's now silicone. So I can plug these up with some screws, and this also kind of gauges how the level of silicone that you've accumulated, because the higher holes will start to bleed out and you know kind of where your silicone is. I don't see any leaks around the seams so far, which is good. It means I've sufficiently put the glue on there. So I've created my airtight seal that I wanted. So I'm going to repeat the process. So now you can see that all of the air holes that I've drilled into there are now basically pouring silicone. So all the air bubbles should technically be out of the mold, and it's all completely filled with silicone. It's 1, 2, 3. So it took 10,000 grams of silicone to pour up this mold, which was 2,000 more than I had guesstimated, but pretty good guess because it's only up to like right here. And it's okay to leave the silicone in here in case the pressure still wants to draw some of the stuff out, but the bubbles will still come up through these pore holes. So double check, triple check to see you have all of your bleeder holes with a screw to now block that flow. Okay, so now that those are all filled, all you have to do is wait. 8 hours later, we can open it up.
So we have poured the silicone into the void of the jacket/matrix, and now the silicone has set, and it's time to unbolt and demold the head. We usually use 1/4-inch bolts, and it's nice to have some power tools to help you unbolt, because otherwise you're sitting there doing this and you'll be there all day. You got to pop the pour spouts off and slice the silicone out flush with the jacket. You can see how rough Tim can work because these are very durable materials. The fiberglass is extremely durable. So again, every step does not have to be a meticulous, tiny, little delicate motion. You can stab and hack and scrape. Sometimes you got to do that. You got to show the material who's boss. You got to own it. But be careful with these tools, by the way, because as I say that, there have been plenty of times, I've got scars all over my hands where I've stabbed at things and end up going into my hand, you know. I've been to the emergency room a couple of times. So please be careful and don't drink when you do this. Wedges are used to break the initial tension because everything is like sucked in there real tight. So the wedges get it open a little bit, and then brute force does the job. So Tim has sliced the head mold open. You can see it sliced right down the middle of that key, and it is sliced razor thin. You just want to make sure that you don't hack away any material. If any pieces of material, blue silicone material, come away, that means you probably compromised your mold in some way. It's not earth-shattering, but it's not ideal. There goes the beautiful sculpture. You have to be prepared for that. And sometimes the silicone will sink into a cavity in the sculpture. You know, when you build it up in blobs, there's sometimes cavities inside the sculpture. And the silicone will leak in, like sometimes around the eyelid, and fill that up. So when you pull it open, you're just like ripping whole chunks of the sculpture off. Don't worry about it. You now have a silicone mold. You can make as many castings of that sculpture as you want. Now is when we lay up the core. We first need to establish thicknesses that relate to the performer that is going to be inside the suit, in this case Tom Woodruff Jr. So what we do is we put these balls of clay into the negative mold. We press the core of Tom that we sculpted over back into the mold, and now we have a bunch of markers that give us a thickness. And all we need to do is fill in and bridge between those thicknesses, and we have an interior contour that is pretty darn near exact to what Tom's actual contours are. And that's only for the neck and shoulders of the character, because that's going to be rubber against his skin in the actual costume. So we fill in all the negative spaces that are left from this clay press, and that gives us the correct thickness for neck and shoulders of the character. When it comes to laying up the core for the mechanical head, that's a different matter. That has to be done to more exacting thicknesses, and that's where we'll bring in Dave Pennicus to mark out on the inside of the core the areas and the thicknesses that he wants the skin to be, so that he has both maximum room inside to place motors and mechanisms, but also so that the skin is thick enough in places it needs to be to look like real squishy skin. Now, ordinarily, Dave Pennicus is the one who calls the shots on all the thicknesses of this skin. Sometimes we'll go in and we'll take a best guess. If we don't have access to Dave because he's on set or whatever, we'll do a best guess. And then it's just, if that doesn't work, it's a matter of retroactively adjusting the core to make Mr. Pennicus happy. So usually we're in the range of about a 1/4 inch thick or 3/8 inch thick in general. Some places it'll be thicker, some places it'll be thinner, but the thinner you go with a skin, a mechanical skin, the more kind of wrinkly and non-compressible it looks. So we try to, I'm a fan of thick skins, but they're harder to move mechanically. Once all the clay is laid in, we smooth it out with a sponge so that the core doesn't have nasty lines and overlap lines and stuff that makes the skin rough on the inside. Because remember, this surface is going to ultimately be the inside surface of the foam latex skin. You may see that there's some blue showing through in the back of the head. That's because we want a large contact area on the core. So our skin is actually going to end right around here and blend in with a fiberglass casting of the head. That gives us just maximum room in the back. Otherwise, it's the thickness of the skin, the thickness of the shell, and then suddenly Dave is missing that much space all the way around where he can be packing servos. So that's a kind of a trick we use sometimes to get a little bit more headroom. Now that we have laid up our clay into the mold, we need to create the fiberglass version of the core itself. And once again, as you've learned, the wet clay has moisture in it. Fiberglass doesn't like the wet clay, so we seal it with crystal clear. Again, the spray acrylic that blocks the moisture from getting to the fiberglass. Once you have the crystal clear applied, you can go in and put your release on the inside of that. And that's generally a wax release. So we're back to our soft wax release that can be brushed in. And now that the clay surface is coated with the crystal clear, Tim can be a little more aggressive and rub that wax in nicely. You'll note that the date on this material is a little bit old. That's because this is my personal project. I want to make sure I'm using up old stock that we won't use on a real job. So this material in particular that we're using today is an epoxy. Epoxy is actually a better material than polyester resin because it's stronger, it shrinks less, it warps less, but it's also more expensive. So I'm using old, expensive material in order to save money. I don't know, it makes sense to me right now, it might not make sense to you. But the process is the same as with fiberglass. You gotta brush in a face coat, and then you follow that up with tamping in cloth behind that. You got to do the laminating coats where you are saturating your cloth, your woven cloth or your mat, and building up your thicknesses. All of this is because we're going to eventually bake this core in the oven, and that's why it needs to be a nice, strong material. You can use polyester, you can use it. It's just that I had this stuff and it's a little bit better. So now the edges get what we call a butter coat. This is where you take your two halves that have been laminated with your fiberglass cloth, you put a butter coat around them and you close it all up together and you twist it. The 1/4 inch bolts all get twisted tight, right? And then that's what binds the two halves of your core together. But you're not done there yet because that butter coat, which is essentially mud, is not reinforced with any kind of fiberglass cloth yet. So that's where you got to break out your laminating resin again, and you got to tamp in your resin into your cloth, and you got to bridge the two halves together so it'll be nice and solid. In order to reach into the deep crevasses of the mold, we sometimes have to modify the tools. Man is the tool maker, after all. So what Tim has done is he's taken a brush and he's glued a longer handle to it, a stir stick, so that he can reach way back in there and get all of the areas. Otherwise, he'll never be able to get his massive macho forearm into that, through that neck mold core. Now that the core has set up, it's time to demold, but first you got to do a little bit of trimming. So while it's still in the mold, we take our air tools to it. We use air tools. You can use hand tools if you want, or battery powered tools. Point is, if you can get a power tool, it'll make your life a lot easier. We use saws, we use air sanders, and we just start taking off all the rough edges so that you can handle it without cutting your hand open. Don't worry about grinding up the surface of the jacket, because that's what it's there for. You just grind the whole thing down, and then you have a nice smooth interior that you can handle. Unbolt, open it up, and if you're expecting to see a core, you might be surprised to see what looks like a sculpture. And what you're looking at is the wet clay that we laid in on the inside that has taken the contours of the negative mold, and that's why it looks like it's a sculpture again. But you'll see that that's going to all be peeled away, because what we're really interested in is this epoxy core that we're going to run our foam latex skin on. So it's important, once you open the mold, don't just leave your silicone laying around. Always promptly put it back into the matrix so that it doesn't distort, because silicone is soft. If you lay it on its side, it could get a crease in it permanently. So now what you want to do is you want to scrape off that layer of clay, get rid of it, get down to the core. And then once you have your hardened halves together, you grind away the seam that runs up the middle, and you can smooth that out, sand it, wet sand it, you can patch it and make it nice, getting it ready for the foam latex run. We've got our resin head core completed now, but once it's ground down, you're going to find that there are pits and bubbles and imperfections in it that need to be patched. Any of those little bubbles will catch the foam latex or silicone, if you choose to make a skin out of silicone. Inside those little bubbles will create tears, and when you're trying to demold your head skin, you're liable to tear the skin apart. If you don't, go back and patch it. This is a heat-resistant Bondo that will adhere to the epoxy core. So we just spot it in all the little places where there are the imperfections. You let it set up, and then you can trim it down, grind it, sand it, smooth it out. Again, the air tools are very nice to use if you have access to them, but if not, this job could be done by hand very easily with a coarse grit sandpaper that you then move to a finer and finer grit, and that's how you get something down to a nice smooth surface. Before we go to the trouble of running an actual skin out of foam latex, we oftentimes run an alginate test skin. This is where we will use our alginate mold making material, which is water-based, and we will inject that into the mold, let it set, open it up, and then it shows us what our thicknesses are like, what they will be like when we do run our foam latex skin. In this case, Tim is just going to do what we call a slam, which is an open face pour. He's working into the open face mold, he's brushing the material in, and he's going to put the core into the mold and then close the other half of it. He'll put a little bit of Vaseline release on it so that we know that the alginate does not adhere to the core. You can see as he tightens the jacket down, the excess squeezes out. That's a good sign. That means that there's plenty of material in there to fill what we need to fill. Once again, the power tools are used to open up the mold. 1/4-inch bolts come off. The mold is pried open. And really the area that we're most interested in is the face area, because that's where most of the mechanisms will be, and that's where the skin thicknesses are most critical. What do we think, Dave? This is the point where we like to stand around with our mechanical designer, David Pinnacus, and we'll poke into the skin, slice it open, and analyze the skin thicknesses and see if any areas need to be thicker or thinner. Alginate's a beautiful material because it's water-based, and it cuts so cleanly and easily, and it cleans up very easily as well. I just want to get rid of this.
Browse first. Wow, this stuff's rigid. That's nice.
We usually cut strips away in the brow areas, the cheek areas, any movement areas, so that we can kind of get a gauge. We can look from the side and see how thick that skin's going to be. And this is Dave Pinnacus' chance to weigh in on skin thickness, and you know, he's got to live with this for a while. Once you start mechanizing and you discover that your skin thicknesses are wrong, it's more difficult to go back and correct it than it is at this point. Oh, so you want this? But this is pretty good.
It seems like that side just indents more. Maybe it's just fill in that gap.
The sections that we've just taken out of this have shown us that we have an asymmetry in the layup of the core, which means that if we were to run foam right now, we would have a skin thickness difference from left to right. So what I've got to do is go back and add epoxy putty to this core so that I'm thinning the skin out, and it's really on the creature's right side that I've got to do it. So we've made a lot of marks on this based on these slices. Now I know what to do, and I just have to do it. I'll be grinding away some areas too that where they're almost touchdowns, where the skin would come out way too tissue thin. So I'll be taking away as well as adding material. All right, now we're going to create a core mold so that we can make an underskull. What we'll do is, using our silicone material, we're going to use that to make a negative mold of the core that we just created. Into that negative mold, we will lay up a very thin fiberglass copy, which will become the actual underskull that will house the mechanisms. So the first step of a mold like this, which is called a brush-up mold, is to mix your first layer of silicone. You'll notice that oftentimes what we do is we'll do a face coat, and this is our face coat for that mold. After that face coat goes on, we'll apply thicker layers to build it up, and you can see here we're starting to get a certain thickness established. Now Tim is adding Cabosil to the silicone, and this is the equivalent of mud. Gives us a thicker, more viscous material that can be spatulated on, and this is applied over top of the already cured layers that we just applied. The purpose of this is to build thickness and take away undercuts and all the deeps and crooks and nannies. Once the material starts to cure, you can hit it with alcohol, and by rubbing it with your hand, with a glove, obviously, you smooth it out. You take away all the little ridges and things that are going to be a problem for later. If you leave them in, it won't register into its jacket very, very well. So once you've got that smooth, but before the material has completely set up, we embed silicone keys. These keys are pieces that we've already prepped, that we will sometimes pour them into metal channels, like U-channel, metal strips. Pour them in, pull them out, set them into the silicone. Then when the silicone sets up, those keys have now bonded to the brush coat. The jacket for a mold like this is plaster bandage. This is all kind of what we would call quick and dirty mold making. There are much more laborious ways to create an underskull that may give you a little bit more accuracy, but this is a very effective and appropriate way if you're trying to do things a little bit on a budget and quickly. A lot of the times the quick route is the cheapest route. So the plaster bandage mold is constructed in such a way that you build up a wall as you go. Then you have to release that wall either with Vaseline or with soap. That soap is a good release, or wax. And then you apply your second half to that in the same way that you did the first half. Rather than just rely on the plaster bandage, which is normally how we would do a head cast, sometimes we will put a backing of actual plaster on it, like hydrocal plaster. If we feel like we want this mold to last for a few runs, if we need to pull some pieces out of it, we'll go in and mix up some ultracal, hydrocal plaster and burlap, and we will sort of do a fiberglass technique, but with the less toxic materials of plaster and burlap. And we'll strengthen that initial coating of plaster bandage in this way. Sometimes it's a good idea to bag the plaster head just so that it cures a little more slowly, so that too much moisture doesn't escape too quickly. Once your mold is cured and it's no longer warm to the touch, you can open it up. And again, out come the power tools, and what Tim is doing is grinding the edge down, finding that split line between the two released halves, and then he's going to pry that open. And once again, the plaster itself is only the structure for the silicone. The silicone is what's really holding the detail, or in this case, the shape. So if you're a little rough with the jacket, as long as you're not busting it up, as long as you're not cracking it, you can, stick a wedge in there, stick a screwdriver in there, hammer it a little bit. You just don't want it to break. Oftentimes, when you're prying, it's the neck that breaks. It cracks right in the neck because that's the weak point. So you just have to be aware of that as you're working with the material. Now that the plaster bandage jacket has been opened up, it's time to razor slice the mold open. As we get ready to mechanize our head, one of the first things we need to do is create a foam latex test skin. You'll learn more about mixing and injecting foam latex later, but let's go now to the point where we have a test skin already prepared. We are now at the point where we are ready to locate the foam latex skin of the creature head onto the skull cap that we've made that fits Tom Woodruff Jr. What we've done is I want to identify some of these parts for you so that you have a kind of an understanding of how we got to this point. The foam latex skin, as you saw, was injected into the negative mold that we made of the sculpture. This skin is run over the core that we've created into that negative that gives us the proper skin thickness for the ideal, we hope, ideal movement of the creature's face. We then made a negative mold of this and then laid up an epoxy core of the skull of the creature. So what will happen is that this skull will be cut apart and all of the animatronic gizmos will be built into it that will make the skull actuate. And this skin fits over this core, or this skull, as it fit over this core. Now you see some other parts here, like for instance this skull cap that is made off of this Tom Woodruff bust. This Tom Woodruff bust is the same, or it's a copy of the same Tom Woodruff bust that I sculpted the character on originally. So we know that everything is aligning and everything is, each step by step, everything is designed to fit the next thing that we make for it. So this is a skull cap that we know will fit Tom Woodruff, and this is kind of the rigging on the back of that skull cap that will simple hose clamp taken apart and bolted on that will tighten it down onto Tom's skull, and then everything's going to be built outward off that. One of the critical elements of this sculpture, and this is kind of a new area for us, is that we are building a lower relief eye mechanism. So these eyes rest much closer to Tom Woodruff's eyes than normally. Normally we'd be out about that far, and we're about half that distance now. So that's caused some redesign in the area of the eye mechs, and so it's very critical that when we are aligning this skull onto this head, that we get all of the different possible placement issues settled, and that we're in the right place so that we have enough room to make the eyes work mechanically, but also so that it is basically as close to the way as I sculpted as possible. Now, to walk us through some of this stuff, I'm going to introduce you to Dave Pinnacus, who is ADI's key mechanical designer. And here he is. Dave, bring your lovely self in. So Dave, I'm going to let you go through the process of aligning the skull and the skin to the skull cap.
Right.
And I might ask you some questions as you go just to clarify some things.
Okay.
But basically, can you tell us a little bit about this material? Because, you know, I always tend to speak in broad strokes, and I will say, let's make a fiberglass skull. Let's make a fiberglass copy of the core. And then, Dave, you'll raise your hand and say, what?
I say I like epoxy better. A lot less dust is created when you cut it, and we do a lot of cutting on that. Potting in the different mechanical components is easier with epoxy because you have dissimilar materials when you're using polyester and epoxy putties. So we use epoxy putty and epoxy glues for laminating all of our stuff in there. If this was polyester, it would actually delaminate at one point.
Just doesn't stick well.
Just doesn't stick
Right.
well.
So whenever you can keep the materials similar,
It'll stick really good.
it's always a better idea. Tell me about this.
Same thing with this. A lot of standoffs are put on the skull cap, and epoxy is also less brittle than polyester. And when we're moving this, stretching this on and off, you're going to start getting fractures in polyester.
No, I know that it doesn't. Epoxy doesn't smell as bad as fiberglass.
It does not, but using epoxy, a lot of people have more sensitivity to this than to polyester.
So it's important to be mindful of that and use in a properly ventilated area, also with the right respirator on, because like a particle dust mask, may protect you from SARS, but won't protect. I don't even think it protects you from SARS, does it? Those dust masks that you always see in China.
No.
You need an organic vapor mask, and you got to look at their cartridges, because some of them are designed to block out some fumes and others block out others. So you got to do a little bit of research, a little bit of homework on that. Tell me about this business. Why does he have Liza Minnelli eyelashes?
It's moleskin on the inside of it. This skull cap is very form-fitting because the head is so small or so narrow. You can't have any extra padding, but you don't want just fiberglass against your head. So we use moleskin, which is just for lining shoes, I guess.
Right. It would be like something that your old aunt would put in her shoes to
Keep your heel from getting blisters.
help her bunions. And this stuff is very soft, kind of like felt, right?
Yeah.
But it's got an adhesive backing that you can peel away. And this is just something that's available at a pharmacy or Rite Aid or CVS or something. Dr. Scholl's makes this stuff. There's a thicker version of this too, isn't there?
Mole foam.
Mole foam, that's right. And why would we use mole foam sometimes and moleskin at other times?
Well, being that your skin's more pliable than fiberglass, a lot of times we pad it out with mole foam, and it gives you a tighter fit.
So, and just to go back, the reason, like, I know that in the past we have made some skull caps that have had a 1/4 of an inch of padding all the way around. If we know that we're going to put stuntmen in a creature suit, for instance, we don't want to make something so form-fitting to Tom Woodruff's head that it's painful for someone to wear, or too big or too small. So we'll put padding on it, right, that we can then tighten or let it be loose.
If the sculpture allows it.
And when you say if the sculpture allows it, what you mean is this skull, because this is a very tight fit. You said earlier that the head is very narrow. That's the sculpture.
Right.
Tom Woodruff's head is not narrow. He is of normal proportions. There's nothing contrary to rumors. There's nothing wrong with Tom Woodruff's brain size, okay? But what that does, you can see down in there's very little room I've given Dave to work with around this, and he's constantly biting his fingernails about that. So there's a fair amount of room back here. There's a fair amount of room right here. But Dave's goal, correct me if I'm wrong, is always to put the motors, the servo motors, as close to the thing that has to move, the brow, the lips, whatever, as possible. Because if you pack them all back here where there's more room, then you have to run cables and you lose some resolution.
Some resolution, usually not so much with the lips, but the eyes are the most important thing.
Right. You want and that's what I've given you the least amount of room here sculpturally. So we're testing him. And hopefully, worst comes to worse, and Dave comes back to me and says, this just, despite what we had hoped, it's just not working, then I'm going to have to figure out a way to move this face a little bit forward and patch it in somehow, do something. Great thing with this character is that it's got this cracked clay sculpture all over it, so I could help him out if he needed. But the first goal is to make it work exactly as sculpted, and I'm going to let you. All right, so tell us what this thing is, Dave, please.
This is a vacuform plaster buck of the eye section of the core, pulled out of a 20,000 PETG plastic because I needed it nice and thin. And what this is going to do is help us align the eye mechanism or just eye forms to the skull.
And tell us how you came up with this thing. Right here.
Oh, this is just ultracal poured into the core mold, which is, move this one back in.
So this is half of the mold of this thing
core,
right
yeah.
here, right? So half of this mold. So what Dave did was into this, there's another half obviously that completes this, but into this he poured plaster, right?
Yep.
And pulled this eye section out. And onto this, he vacuformed this thin little piece of plastic that acts as a registration that tells us how far forward to put the eyeballs And then Dave's got another little fun little spin on that in attaching those.
Yes, this just makes the build simpler for me. The reason why we have to make a plaster one instead of just vacuum forming over the actual core is there's no way to hold the core in the vacuum form machine. This fits into a small vacuum form machine. What I've done here is I've drilled a couple 1.5-inch spheres, which are the size of the eyeballs for that used in the sculpture. And I'm putting these on here and bolting this to the core so we can see how far the eyes sit in front of Tom's face when we start aligning the core to the skull cap. They're just drilled and tapped. So
Where do you get those acrylic spheres, Dave?
I get them from Precision Ball. There's a
Located where?
ooh, I think they're in Illinois.
Precision Ball in Illinois, so you can
think.
go online and look for those, and you can get them, order them. And this hatch that you've cut here, this will stay forever to allow you to get in and out.
It honestly, it all depends on how the build goes. Right now, I have it because I can't stabilize the head onto Tom's head without having access to the
reaching in.
top. So we could take this off because the top of the head just doesn't show as critical as where the face place is on there. We get once we get it lined up, we can go right in through the top and actually stabilize it onto that with some.
And if you chose at a later time, you could always permanently reattach this and have other access points to it.
Yeah, a lot of problems with trying to go in through the top to do any maintenance on a head. We have to cut through the skin, and that's kind of frowned on.
Yeah, you don't dig that. But at any rate, at the early stages, you try to keep the face intact because that's the correct shape of the sculpture.
Yes.
And if you start chopping that apart to access things, then you're into, some kind of who knows where world of misregistration.
Exactly.
Okay, good.
All right.
So
we are going to.
could I just bounce back for a moment and just look at this? Because I have a question for you about this. This hose clamp, which has been pop riveted to the skull cap, and by the way, it's always important when you're attaching things to a skull cap not to let even the smallest amount of a nut or a screw head or anything protrude in, because that'll just kill your performer. Because after hours and hours of wearing these things, hot spots can develop, and a hot spot is where there's extra pressure on your skull. There's very little, squish up here on your skull. So what Dave has done, if I feel this correctly, is that you've countersunk these, right? So that there's a little, this has enough thickness to it that it's still flexible, and yet he can do a little countersink, so this is smooth and it's not going to be a bump that's pressing into Tom's skin.
And there's no burrs on them. They sand them down a little bit too.
Now, when I look at this, and this is like what, a 10-inch or 14-inch hose clamp or something that you've cut in half?
That one's actually a 4-foot hose clamp because we don't have any smaller ones.
Wow, this is what when you use your old stock of stuff that you never use, sometimes you improvise. So a 4-foot one.
Yeah, it's about a 14-inch one. You just cut it in half.
But you cut it in half, and then you see, you pop rivet it to the skull cap, and then this is what allows us to tighten it down around Tom's head and keep it nice and keep the head from squishing around and all that kind of stuff. My question to you, Sir Dave Pinnacus, is that there's always a kind of a bump that is created, and sometimes it happens to line up to an interesting place on the sculpture.
Not on this head.
Yeah.
This does show, but for where we are right now, in the preliminary part of the build, I need that just to keep it aligned.
So I could get you at some point in the future to come up with a different thing here so that it's lower relief, because I realize if you look at the, now I've tightened it down, but if you look at the...
if I can interrupt you.
Yes, sir.
This type of hose clamp has a quick release. Normal hose clamps don't. And you would have to take that off of the wrench.
Right.
And you could just flick that back with your finger and get it off the guy's head quickly. So that's why
But that's still a, even the quick release one is still like a plumbing store kind of, no?
And that's a McMaster car item.
Oh, okay.
We have hard time
So
finding
McMaster car, which sells like industrial, nuts and bolts and hardware and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, just to clarify what we're talking about, when this skin goes on, this area is very thin back here, so you can see that that's going to create a big nasty bump. So I'll be bothering Dave about that later, about coming up with a way to streamline that. And we have done things like Velcro in the past, where you do a little Velcro is lower relief, but this is rock solid and bulletproof, whereas Velcro can stretch and slip a little bit, but nothing is insurmountable here. So let's put the skin on if you want to grab the neck parts. Help us.
You gotta put the nose on first.
We can just wiggle it on like this. And this is always interesting for me too, having sculpted it, to get a look at it from different angles and in a different form. And it's funny because once you sculpt something and then you see it as a baggy foam skin, you kind of sometimes lose you forget how what the forms are supposed to look like. And that's often why sculptures get deformed when they go onto mechanical skulls, because the people who sculpted them aren't really around by that point to look at it and say, hey, that's not right, that shouldn't, so I can help with this. Okay.
That's another reason why we do the vacuform eye bucks. There's no question that that's the way where the eyes were sculpted, so you don't get the buggy-eyed or the recessed-eyed.
Right. And as a designer, I really appreciate that Dave is here to safeguard the look of the character and not just make it move. He's thinking about how do you stay true to the look of the character.
Now, this is where it kind of sits this way, but I think it's sitting forward of where it needs to be, because there's a ton of room in front of Tom's head. But if, being that this is the preliminary, if you wanted to move it into a certain position.
Can we take this pin out for just a second?
Sure.
Take a look at it? Because it looks like it's a little more chin down than I sculpted it, perhaps. I think it's maybe a little bit more like this. But
it seems sitting very low on Tom's head too, because there's not much room right here.
Yeah.
I don't know if you wanted to go up, because its chin is really deep in there. I don't know if that's a problem.
Can I see the? Yeah, it was a little higher, wasn't it? I think that the one of the things that I remember was that the eyes of the creature sit about here on Tom.
Yeah.
But that's also because the head's tipped down.
Yeah, it seems like there's more room in here than there was in your sculpture in front of there. Oh yeah.
And more room where? More room in front of the eyes? Or?
Yeah, more room in front of Tom, which makes...
And you like that?
Oh, I love that.
You love that. So as long as I'm saying, yeah, that's okay. So where that will reveal itself, if this whole thing is shifted too far forward, is that this is going to be a very tight fit in the back here.
Yeah, I'm thinking that this actually needs to come back about ½ an inch.
How tight is the skin? Yeah, because there's a little bit of a... But look at that gap. I mean... So I think your ½ inch is correct, because there's a ½ inch gap here. So if we move the whole thing back a ½ inch, that gap should close up. And I would like to not have too much stress on the skin back there.
Yeah.
So why don't you put it where you think it should be, and then I'll take a look.
I'm gonna just hold it right here. I would like it to be right around there, if that's feasible. Skin shrank a little bit too.
Yeah. Yes, there
Tell around
definitely
the
will
lip
be
areas.
skin shrinkage, foam latex shrinkage, but that looks pretty good to me. Are you happy with where Tom's chin rests?
I have some maneuvering room there. I don't know if you want to talk about concerns now, but the only concern I have is we're going to have to soften the jawbone here, material-wise, because it goes right into Tom's ear.
Soften it. Oh, put a
L200.
polypoke.
Yeah,
that's fine with me. But we'll keep the shape of the jawbone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right in this area, right? This jaw is very close to Tom's ear. This is the jaw area. And this jaw is going to swing and pivot right in this area. So we're probably going to have to take part of the back end of the jaw, and no longer make it out of hard epoxy, but maybe make a softer material, something that's kind of stiff-ish that holds its shape. But if it rubs and scrapes against Tom's ear, it won't hurt him.
we're doing now is we're going to put temporary standoffs onto the skull cap to the core, and that's going to be a temporary mount before we make aluminum pieces and that type of thing. But this is going to let us know if we have the alignment right when we put it on Tom in a little while. And the way I do that is I use a 6-minute epoxy putty. This stuff's called pig putty, but it's a 6-minute rather than a 20-minute because I like to work faster. And I always use gloves because it is an epoxy and you could develop a sensitivity to it. That's what they call it. But it's just a simple 2-part and you just knead it into a nice uniform color. You can see the hardener and the epoxy, the 2 different colors, and you know it's mixed when it's all one color.
It's cool because it's like a little candy with a nougat center and a chemical hardener on the outside. You know, that kind of candy. Yeah.
Structurally, this stuff is okay for some things, but I wouldn't rely on it to hold the head from falling apart. That's why I always choose metal standoffs in the head. And we'll get into that later on during the build. Another reason for this is we don't know where we have room for the standoffs yet.
That's right. So what would you like me to do? You need me to hold anything for you?
Yeah, I'm going to put the, well, let's go ahead and get the skin on there.
Oh, you want the skin on it?
Yeah, now I have
Sorry.
epoxy all over my hands.
6-minute quick setting.
And if you could, because we know that I
Yes,
had
sir.
like 2 fingers right.
Yep. You want me to stick the 2
Yeah.
fingers under there? I hope
And then-
my 2 fingers aren't bigger than yours.
And I'm going to line up. So Tom's eye is actually aligned with the creature's head. So when Tom's looking forward, the creature's looking in the same direction. And something that was said earlier, we don't really build the mechanism on Tom's skull cap. We build it on the inside of the creature's head mechanism.
I mean, it looks pretty good to me.
Out of curiosity, when you did the sculpture, were you using the eye bar, or you just ended up putting the spheres in?
No, I put the eye bar on.
Okay. The epoxy is now hard.
All right, so now this locates our skull and skin to the skull cap of Tom Woodruff Jr., right? Can I just spin it around and get a look at the back side
It's
of it?
still a little on the green
A
side.
little,
so be
little
careful.
soft in there? Okay. Putty's not quite set up exactly yet. Now, Dave, as I look at it, it does look a little like that. But maybe that's my sculpture. See, it looks a little crank. But I wouldn't
Look
want to
at
go
it
off
above
that.
his ears.
Above his ears?
Yeah.
Is that...
It could be, but
is that just the way you've cut it, though, above the ears?
could be.
Just take a look here. See,
Well, this-
how it looks like it's doing this even in the front of the face. See that? Take a look at the front of the face.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. Well, we have it where we kind of want it to be. Yes, it is. It's off angle.
Okay.
So that's okay. What I'll do is I'll put another pivot right here. We'll break those loose, and it's a realignment process.
Very good. So you can see that what we've done wrong is that the head is now tilted a little like this, right? But what Dave is saying is that we'll leave this as is, and he can correct that, because you can see it in the core that it's not quite right. But at least we've got this placement, forward and backward correct, and this height correct. So it's just the roll on it. So not a big deal.
So I'm gonna go get some. I'm gonna go cut some wood standoffs. Mm-hmm. And I will be right back.
I want to show inside here. You can now see exactly how much room Dave has to work to put his eye mechanism and cheeks and brows and all that. And he's feeling pretty good about it. But now the concern has become, what about the jaw? Because as I've sculpted it, this jaw is very tight. There isn't much room here. It's very close to Tom's head. So Dave would have preferred it if this sculpture was a little bit wider so that he could put a metal bar down in there with the actuator for the jaw. But we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Dave always, he always frets, but he always comes up with a great solution too. So.
We have established her height and where we want to be in these two axes. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut some paint sticks, and I'm going to find one that fits correctly so I can stabilize the top of it, and then we're going to break these two epoxy joints loose.
So you'll replace the epoxy dough joints with wood braces
I'm using
so that you can roll it.
I'm using the wood brace because it's such a tall piece. The epoxy gets kind of weird, wanky. So.
Did you use that entire roll?
Mm-hmm. No. Yes.
So we're breaking into a new roll. Mm-hmm. I don't mean to sound like a mother hen day, but isn't that kind of wasteful? Where is the other one?
We used it.
You used the entire thing?
Mm-hmm. But I haven't changed my gloves yet. I'm using the same gloves.
Okay, same glove, all right.
I have to bracing the crest of the head because when I break these loose, I could actually pivot off the top of this and still maintain where the head is in space, but just correct for that twist. I'm even thinking about putting one in the front, right in the front right here, but I'm not putting that one in there until I bust out this one that's on the left that's keeping us from being able to tilt. So I'm going to mix this so have it standing by. Then we're going to quickly take that chisel and break out the epoxy. This is why we go through so much epoxy.
Okay, all right, use the epoxy.
Once this is established, though, that's it.
Right.
Unless you make changes. And it's not it.
How much does a tube of this cost?
About 10 bucks.
10 bucks.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't have that handy ready for you. So.
No, that's all right. Well, you want to hang on to the head so it doesn't fly across the room. I just want to.
Ooh, well done, Jay Pennicus. Good thing that nothing sticks to epoxy.
Well, it's repositionable. There it goes. All right.
Turn around to face yourself so you know what you're
Oh,
doing.
let me get this. Shove this in there real quick. This is going to be my last stabilizing one right now. We won't get the
Top hatch back on, but
Top
it doesn't
hatch back
matter
on.
for now.
All right, now let's take a look at it. We might have a touchdown on the side of his head too that's
That
preventing
looks
it.
pretty good though. And we have not violated the.
No, because this is holding that in position.
Okay.
So is this.
All right, then can I get one more look at it? Yeah, that looks good. I'll take what I sculpted.
Yay!
Very good. So now we let this thing dry, harden up
Yes.
the epoxy, and then we're going to take the whole thing off and try it on Tom, right?
Yes.
Let me go tell Tom to get ready. All right, so now we're going to take this skull that is mounted to Tom's skull cap off the Tom form,
Gently.
and we're going to put it on Tom's head. And I didn't hear anybody say gently, so I'm just going to do
I'm
it.
saying it now.
What? Oh. Because it's only pro-epoxied on, right?
Yes.
I'm going to try to just push it by the skull cap so that we don't, no, I can't just do it.
I think you're catching on the jaw. There you go.
Oh, well, that's another way to do it. I'm going to just put it in your hands.
You want to put the skin on it before it goes on, or?
No, let's put it on first without and just get a look at
As it is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. How does it feel, first off? So this looks like,
That feels pretty good.
it looks like it's looking, oh, there you go. So now, what I want for this character is for the chin always to be tucked down a little bit.
More than this?
No.
Oh.
So that's why we've set it at this
Oh, I
angle.
see, I see.
But what it forces Tom to do is kind of kick his head up a little.
Right.
But the reason for that is, Tom, if you stand up, the posture on these guys, I think, is never going to be that. It's always going to be a little pitched forward. I don't know about roll it, but you know, it's this thing where the chin's up and then you rock for it, right? So you're a little bit more like that, right? And you can kick your arms back in that Ray Harryhausen fashion. So that's more the correct. Now, how does that feel? Is that chin up bad for you?
No, it's just getting used to. Since this is the
Right.
first time I've had it on, and without seeing a mirror, I
Yes.
think once I get a feeling for
Right.
it, and if I keep feeling it, you know, I can hold the position. But physically, it feels
Yeah.
like it's fine.
Yeah, because it's kind of a neat profile. I mean, and because these have such long faces, I'd prefer the chins to be tipped down a little bit instead of, you know, doing that. Hopefully we haven't overshot.
Can you look up?
Now, how high up can you look in that? Yeah, and then you can always straighten your back up to get even further, right? Yeah, so that's a kind of a fun illusion. So then what concerns me is what's going on back here and the mass of Tom's head we have to deal with the skin, you know, to see if we can not make that look like a weird, horrible bulge in the back of the neck. But why don't we put the skin on now? You can tip your chin up just a little bit. And I can.
I'm going to pin the back of the neck. Tom, if you need air, you're going to just have to pull that front area.
All right.
Yeah, how is the air, by the way? Is it?
I can leave this back open, but I don't think he has
That's
much.
okay. You can do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'd love it to be as close to the sculpture as possible, as I didn't allow much. So Dave, this is spanning pretty far, so this must be where we're paying for moving that head forward, right? Because it's
Yes.
pulling that. But that's not, I mean, we can deal with that, you know. Yuri will get on this, and he's great at patching this stuff
Well, I think
together.
that's the entry point too, where he has to have that overlapping flap
Yeah.
to get us out.
Yes, he
to get
will
him
have to.
out.
All right, there. Let me just look at one thing before you look up again, Tom.
So yeah,
So there's his jaw.
chin's all the way up into the nose.
Yeah, which means it's in the back of the throat too, right? When it yells. Although when it yells, when the mouth opens, we could have Tom open his mouth to. That won't really give us any more depth. But if we rock this back a bit, you know, maybe
Make
that much,
Yeah, an inch, 3/4 of an inch.
3/4 of an inch. Yeah.
An inch. If that pivot point is like at the top of his skull, just
Yeah.
so right, I'll pull right
Yeah,
there.
because that's actually like just a little bit down. Tip down just a little, Tom. I would say that's kind of looking straight ahead,
And he's looking up.
you know, I want it to look up a little bit, but that's a little too much.
Now, Tom, if you buried your head in your chest, okay.
So just hold your head straight forward, if you would, Tom. See, that's just a little bit low for this, a little bit, but not bad. Can I put the skin on one more time? Let me just make sure before I commit to this.
If we were able to raise it, that just every little bit helps.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's not how it was sculpted, so that's a little low. Yeah. So we could raise it, right? So it's like that, which is how it's sculpted.
Okay. So,
So it's
so I
3/4
keep,
of an
I'll
inch.
put on the skull cap and just put it to where the skin looks
Yeah.
relaxed.
Yeah. So that's like 3/4 of an inch, I
Okay.
think. Okay.
There you go.
Great.
Any red spots on you?
Nope. It doesn't feel like. Actually, feels really good.
Does it?
Feels
Good.
snug, but
Good.
not pinching.
Okay. Thank you, Tom Woodruff Jr.
My pleasure.
So now we need to have a conversation about what facial movements we're going to incorporate into this character.
And the reason why we're doing that now is because we have a foam skin on a core that we could actually move around and sort of simulate what we're going to
That's
be doing.
true. I have given Dave a list of what things I'd like to see, but it's never quite a complete list until you have the ability to squish and squeeze and move a foam skin around. All right. So why don't you ask me questions? We kind of know what the brows are like, right?
Right.
So let me ask you a question then. What are these brows going to be like?
Four position. Actually, 4 movement points, which gives us extremely angry,
Right.
sad, up and down. So it's
And when we say 4 movement points, what we do is we have
inner.
1 here,
Yep.
1, 2,
Yep.
3, 4, right? So that allows you to bring this one down while you bring these outer ones up. And then you can also bring the inner ones up while the outer ones come down and have them look set, or they can both go up at the same time and you can get a surprise look, what have you. And those will be independently controlled,
Right.
right?
It covers
so that
all.
we can do the the quizzical look or the
Exactly.
that sort of thing. So brows we've done a million times, and this is probably going to be a pretty easy incorporation of that. Cheeks,
Cheeks. Again, those are just
right?
depending on whether they go up and down or we actually go for a squeeze or a snarl.
It's interesting because we've done both. What Dave's talking about is that a lot of times, like the Clint Eastwood squint comes from in here, not so much out here. But what really reads are the bigger shapes moving up and down.
He's got pretty big brow.
And he does have big cheek shapes, which I put there for that kind of maximum expression. So I would probably say not so much of this, because I think sometimes that it gets lost as grabbing them out here. Now you did something on the Jumanji lion that I really liked, which was that rolling cheek movement. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
But you had a lot of room inside that head
there's a
for
there's a
leverage,
pivot
right?
point. There's a pivot point on there. I'm just he's got pretty big. We'll take a look.
Okay.
See if we can do it.
I do like that because I think that it's animalistic. I think that animals like panthers and things have, when their cheeks move, when they snarl, it incorporates their cheeks rather than just moving up and down. But we've had great success with the other kind of cheek, just up and down as well.
Yeah.
So,
Usually, I guess for the past few years they've all been on an axle. So
that there is a little bit of roll.
Yeah, it just depends on
Right.
how close to the
Yeah.
axle it goes.
Right.
Yeah.
If you have a lot of room inside a head, you can put
it way
a
back there.
big old arm, leverage arm, that puts a curve into it. If you don't have as much, that curve is just not going to, it's not going to roll in the same fashion. All right, so the more challenging things then, this little blowhole up here, where is it?
Yes.
This little blowhole, I sculpted it kind of like a Y, so there are sort of like 3 little fingers, right?
So it's
Do it.
an open and close. Being that servos are smaller, it'd probably be a lot simpler just to put individual servos on each one of the arms.
One of each.
Yeah, just
on it.
open
Okay.
and close. And do you want those doing it simultaneously? Individual require more puppeteers.
Yeah, so because I've got to keep an eye on how many puppeteers I need on set, I'm going to say that all 3 of the movements are going to be simultaneous, not like that or whatever. Be cool to have the ability, but I think we're gonna streamline this a little bit. So all at once is fine. So jaw open. I'm saving the lips for last because that's the most complicated. Jaw open and close. Generally speaking, the maximum amount of width you can give me. I've sculpted the corners of the mouth fairly far back.
Yeah.
I know that's a lot of stress right there when you're cranking over, but you have some leverage here. Your big challenge is that you just don't have a lot of room
For the
in
joints.
in between Tom's head and the jaw
Yeah.
to build that mechanism in there. So that one we're going to kind of see how it goes, and you're going to give me everything you can, but it's just basically a jaw open and close. I don't think I need side to side.
Well,
I love
if
the side to side.
we might be able to cover that with a muzzle move.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe if the muzzle,
Right.
if I take it back here, it's
Oh, I see.
like breaking the jaw, but it
Right.
might not read like that.
Is that what we did on the reindeer for Santa Claus?
Reindeer had. No, reindeer was just open and closed, but yeah, the 2 muzzle pieces were just.
So they had no side to side.
They did, just the muzzle.
Just the muzzle. That was pretty. But you're not talking about a pivot point in the skull, an unnatural pivot point here to cheat it.
Yeah,
Or you are.
It would be cheating it, but whether or not it would read as a cheat.
Yeah, I mean, and
to
I'm
be-
okay with those kind of cheats because as long as you can disguise them. So that's another thing we'll get into and discover.
Yeah, because there's just as soon as we start pivoting off the center, one side of that jaw is going to go right into Tom's head.
So but the concern I would have is if we actually pivot it here, that it doesn't, when it opens, it doesn't just go like a little trap jaw.
No,
it
we
has to
have
pivot
to pivot,
somewhere back
yeah.
here. And if we do a pivot here, it's just that extra cheaty movement that will always work in conjunction with the larger jaw open close, right?
And just the way this is laid out, usually the jaw servos are back here.
Mm-hmm.
If I have to pivot it right here, I might have to put the jaw servos in here pushing
Oh.
to get it open.
And you don't want to stick a cable in there.
Even a cable mechanism might be too big.
Oh, really?
There's just
Like
that
a pulley?
look-
You mean
yeah.
like a pulley?
Yeah.
A little flat pulley.
Little flat
No,
pulley.
no bigger than a 50-cent piece.
No bigger. Well, it'd have to be bigger than that, otherwise you put too much stress in the cable.
See, it's always money with me too. 50 cents, like you can build a jaw with 50 cents. All right, so anyway, that's going to be a challenge for Dave, and I am very anxious to see how he solves that. The muzzle up here. Now this again goes back to our issues of lip sync, right? This character is pretty much only going to be speaking an alien language, so lip sync is not as critical as it would be in a character like our talking gorilla from Zookeeper, who had to do 11 pages of dialogue, you know, that had to be all pre-programmed and all that. So my thought to simplify some of this so that we don't end up with potentially 12 or 16 servo motors just to control the mouth is if this whole thing worked like a taper's mouth, you know? So that I had this kind of wormy movement, and I could lift it up like a donkey when a donkey, you know.
Okay, how far back do you want to go with that?
I would think if the area of movement is in here, right? Right in here.
Yep.
So I almost imagine if this core was, you know, was segmented, a couple of segments here, and it moved in a kind of that kind of fashion. That's one thought. Does that make your life easier or harder?
No, that's good. I think you can, even if I was just moving the tip of it,
Yep.
you could bridge the rest of it with just foam on the inside.
Oh,
of it
okay,
and
sure,
that'd be
sure.
fine.
So you would allow a larger
that would
gap
just,
in here,
yeah, chunk taken out.
right? And so that you would just have a tip moving, doing that kind of. Yeah, that'd be fine. That'd be fine. I'm not going to ask you to make it extend and contract, though.
However, depending on how much teeth we have, because it's
Yeah.
going to reveal a lot of
Right,
teeth.
and that's always a problem that. Well, in this case, we wouldn't have cable moves. We wouldn't have
No,
a
you
set,
wouldn't
right?
have to deal with it. You could actually
So-
build your teeth way up in there.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I don't mind that because it's you know when I was doing the sculpture, people would say, "Oh, what is that, like a beak?" And I'm thinking, how do I make this look more fleshy in the sculpture? And I realized I don't really have to go out of my way to make this look fleshy because it will move in a fleshy way, and that will take away any fear that it's a beak. Now, what I lose if I don't do our traditional kind of lip mechanism is, what about a snarl? You know, that I have to do it with this coming up, don't I? Maybe that's good. I mean, that's kind of what my sculpture was, my original sculpture had.
I might be able to put another servo in there that would push the middle of it down.
Oh, I see. So that as this is lifting up, you actually have.
Say both servos lift up, and we have one more that actually
But
takes
don't-
this and pushes this side down.
Sorry, so that you get this kind of thing.
Yeah. I don't know how well it'll read.
I mean, that is the classic snarl, right? Like that. And then if you had that, so you'd have to.
I think that's cable pull.
Cable pull meaning what? Meaning
Yeah,
from the
sorry,
back of the
yeah,
head?
from the back of the head.
But you could do that. You could give me a little, like, this is just, in other words, like a flexible tab
Yeah.
attached to the skin
That would
with
just-
cables that run back,
Exactly.
rather than slicing up the core.
Right.
The smile.
Smile's the same thing as the snarl, so it looks like if you had a big enough pad right here and all those curves, you're going in the direction of the curve. So it would be, the pad would go this way, and then the pull.
Yeah. Can I show you the pull I'd like? I would, if this is the corner, I would like the pull to go up into there.
Oh.
So you see these wrinkles that
Yeah.
I've put here, those would actually be smile lines, so that this. Now sometimes we've had this issue with long snouted things where it just kind of goes
Yeah, it looks like
straight
you're going
back.
through a
It
wind
doesn't go
tunnel.
reet, and you have actually had to then shift it to something like this. Is that what you did, like that?
Well, this might be incorporated with the cheek if we were to, let's turn it sideways, follow along me here. If that was on a pivot that actually brought it out too. It might be It's a guess until you actually
Okay.
kind of put something in there.
But at any rate, I'm looking for a smile, and I would like for them to be independently controllable, so that I can, have a guy do the Harrison Ford
I see.
thing, or wicked smiles, or sometimes,
Okay.
like that, right? All right, so there's that. Then lower lips.
Lower lips.
And this is where I think more of the lip sync will read. Ooh shapes,
Yeah,
ooh. P, consonant shapes. All right, so if we want to localize the, the lip sync, the lip movement from, say, here forward,
Right.
what do we need? What challenges have I given you? I feel a
It's
thin
just-
spot here.
The sides where it's touching down is that thin spot. I'll just have to watch those.
It's a little thicker on one side than it is the other, I believe.
Yeah.
You see that? Feel that thickness compared to the other thickness? And do you care?
I don't think this is actually sculpted deeper. So
I mean, I could carve it though when we run the skin, but it just takes up more room on the inside
Yeah.
for it.
it's 4 servos to do that in terms of just getting the motion and the individual function of it.
And the challenge to do this is what?
Just space. Just space.
And that means, what did you say about running cables all the way back? What were you?
There's just not a lot of room where cables can pass on the side of the head, so they have to be incorporated or
So
flush with the core.
As the cables run up for the lower lip, run up through this way,
Right.
they've got to be very tight on the inside of the jaw, and then they got to come up here to servo motors back here.
Right.
And that's what No, you said you're all right with.
I'm okay with that on the lip
Yeah?
servos.
Okay.
It's the eye servos or the eye functions are the
Right.
ones that have to be crisp, otherwise you get a lag in between the eyes.
Do you feel like you're going to be able to get me a good ooh shape out of this?
It's one of those things where I might get you a good ooh, but at the cost of an E,
Right.
ooh, E type of thing.
That's okay, because we can also incorporate the smile a little bit for that E, can't we?
Maybe.
I don't want to rely too much on these cheats, but there's also, another reason for not only this overhanging kind of upper lid helps to hide, upper lip, sorry, helps to hide some of what's going on down here, but when the head is tipped down, which is a great angle for it anyway, you're blocking some of the stuff that's going on. And what you're going to be seeing is what's happening here and here
the
at the
nose.
front of the front of the face, right? And then I also want to incorporate some of the blowhole and incorporate some like hollow sounds, vocalizations, whale soundy kind of, or exhalations into their language, kind of like the way the click language, of the South Africans, or will put hollow kind of reverberant sounds in there too. So it's going to be a very strange language.
So you have all this movement happening here. I'm looking right now at this area, maybe looking like a dead space. I know but it's bone, right?
Yeah, the idea is it's bone.
So
It's bone all the way up there.
it's this area that seems to die.
Well, this is the kind of thing where I think you put together the what I've asked for, and then
No,
we
I'll
look
take a
at
look.
it, and then sometimes we learn that if you just don't attach the skin in these places, you get a little follow as the brow moves. You get some additional movement that kind of helps you, makes it look a little more fluid, So we can evaluate that as we get to it. So for our eyes, we're talking about the standard up, down, left, right, and we're talking about blinks.
Yes.
Right.
Upper and lower blinks, individual on the upper and lower, so you could kind of get that
Yeah.
squint.
We're not adding puppeteers by doing that, are we?
No, it's just the standard eye guy.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So that would enable us to do, again, that kind of look or that kind of look, right? As well as blinks.
No winking.
No winking. But can he do that and that
No.
separately?
No,
What did
that's-
you say?
that-
Oh, I'm
that-
sorry.
that-
Not separate left to right. Separate top to bottom.
Yes.
Yes. And I want these lower lids to move more than humans' lids do. So in other words, the blink will come from the lower and be met by the upper.
Okay.
We'll be able to fine tune that.
Yes.
Is that fine tuning in the radio rather than the design
Just
of
a little bit larger eyelid in terms of how it'll probably be like 5 eighths of the circumference, then
Right.
the eye movement was the one that I was waiting on. Now it seems like the eye movement is normal. Eyelids are still an issue because there's no room on the side.
Okay. Right.
But because you're actually pivoting, you're pinching right there. Mm-hmm. See the closure right there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So.
All right. And then for these ear slits, we're not going to do anything with them, but maybe there will be a moment where digitally they'll open and close. Oh, also, the script calls for a nictitating membrane, like a lizard membrane.
Oh.
I don't know if it comes from the bottom or from the inside, but that would be added digitally, so we don't have to worry about that.
All right. Okay.
So, you just take the information that you've been given and tell me what works and what doesn't work and where you can improve it and where we have to make compromises. And
Okay. I have to get you this core now with the jaw pivot in there so you could sculpt the teeth.
right.
Very important.
Yes. A separate skull will be made with a correct jaw pivot so that I can sculpt teeth on it and we can cast them and attach them to the head in the right place.
I'll probably give you this core.
Right.
I'll get
Okay.
to work
Oh,
on
yes,
the
of
eye
course.
mechanisms. This will let me know how big the eye mechanism is, and then
Okay.
give you this core and let you do that,
Sounds good.
and see who could lay me up another core.
Great. I think we're done for now.
What I'm doing today is this is going to be a stunt head slash sculpting core for the teeth. I have to just cut the jaw loose, and this is not going to be animatronic. This is just to have a hinged jaw so Alec or whoever can sculpt the teeth, and it lines up. So they'll be able to open the jaw, close it, or take the jaw off and sculpt the inside of the mouth and top of the mouth, and that'll become evident when they start sculpting it. And what I'm doing also is I'm just going to be cutting the same parts out of this, except for the jaw, to start work on the actual animatronic core. This is going to be the actual animatronic core with all the servos and everything. This will start moving around and all that and everything else. This also gets mounted to a different skull cap. A stunt head is just so somebody can be running around in the distance without having all the animatronics on them, so they can see out of it easier also. Lighter weight, don't have to, you can't see anything at that distance anyway, so you always have a stunt head. In general, it will actually resemble a skull of the creature, but the eyebrows will be moving. The whole nose, most of the nose will probably be removed or actually segmented so it could do everything that Alec wants.
The underskull needs to be sectioned up in order to make it move. So Dave has drawn lines on it for the jaw, and he is in the process of separating the jaw from the rest of the skull. He's already got his pivot point mounted in the jaw, so he knows that it's going to be correct. If you cut the skull apart beforehand and try to go back after the fact and put pivot points in, it's much more difficult to keep all the shapes registered.
I just cut the jaw loose. This is a pivot point that I chose, even though it's anatomically not quite correct, but it'll probably work okay for this. What I'm going to do right now is see how the face looks as I pivot it. Because I could still change the jaw pivot from this point. Make sure my skin's actually on here. The reason why I chose that instead of the typical behind the, it's like around the ear section is usually the pivot point on a human. Chose it here because the actor's head's taking up space where I would normally pivot. But also, it doesn't look too shabby. We might get what we need out of it because most of the talking happens with the lips. If we get a decent scream out of it, probably be okay too. Well, I need vacuum form templates when I'm doing a head, especially more than one head. This is just a pour out of the core mold, not the skin mold, the core mold of the side of the face. I need registration vacuum forms of this when I cut the fiberglass head apart. By putting a clear vacuum form over it, it'll hold all those pieces back into position. Or I could actually transfer like the jaw pivot from the first one to the second head to the third head or whatever. But it's just a standard practice that we've gotten into now. This is just a vacuum form machine. The plastic that I have is 0.030 PETG, which is just a vacuum formed thermoplastic like Lexan. Just has really good thermal properties, stays gooey a bit longer. Just turning on the heating coils that are up there. You see them heating up. You got to raise this plate up here. You can still see them through. They're getting all glowy. I'm gonna blow that off because there's a lot of dust around here lately. I'm gonna take my vacuum form buck here, which is just a straight plaster pour. No reinforcement in there at all. I only need 1 or 2 of these, and that's about it. Just waiting for the plastic to get soft. When it gets soft, it'll actually sag down to about here. And at that point, I'll drop it and turn the vacuum pump on inside the machine. Take a look at that. All right, now, ready? That's that. It solidifies pretty quick. Now what I'm going to do is just pump some air in here. See if I get it to release. Shut your eyes, kids. The holes are just there to make some room because the vacuum can get trapped and you end up with a bubble. These valleys will end up retaining air instead of the plastic being pulled down into them. Now I have to slice this to get it off. So it's going to take an area that's waste anyway. Best done with a utility knife, but I have an X-Acto knife in my hand right here. There it goes. And that's it. And I'll just cut this off. This will help me realign the jaw into its neutral position, the eyelid, and the cheek. That's about it.
Before the actual foam latex skin, hero skin, can be injected, we need to reinforce it. We reinforce foam latex face skins with nylon stocking material. Nylon stocking material is great because it's got a weave that the foam latex will bond into, but it's also very stretchy in itself. So it gives us the strength that the foam latex doesn't have on its own, but also doesn't compromise the stretch of the material. We have to be very careful not to span deeps with the material, and you don't want to stretch the material too much and push it into those deeps because then you kill the stretch of the fabric itself. You want to just sort of gently lay it in, glue it around. We use a spray glue first, 77 spray cement, onto the core, and then we lay it in gently and press it in gently into the contours, and we overlap wherever we need to. Because the stocking material isn't big enough that you can do it all in one sheet. You have to do it in sections. Chris is not going to reinforce across the contact point on the back of the head. There's no reason to. We'll just leave that exposed, and the skin ends basically where he's putting his reinforcement material. Our foam latex is a 5-part system. We oftentimes get it from GM foam. That's a high-quality foam latex. We mix it in Hobart mixers, froth it up, and inject it with giant syringes into the negative mold. The squeeze bottle with castor oil is what we use to lubricate the syringe. It has a gasket around the plunger to prevent air from being trapped in during the injection or withdrawal process. Castor oil is a type of oil that is friendly to the foam latex. Some other oils aren't so good for foam latex. No petroleum oil, for instance, should be used within a latex product because it will attack it. The foam latex base is the blood of latex trees, mostly grown in Malaysia. So they tap it like maple syrup and refine it and put it in big buckets and send it to us. On the triple beam scale, Chris weighs out the components per the instructions. Sometimes you might want to vary those instructions a little depending on temperature and humidity. You can add oil-based tints, Proline tints, to the foam latex base so that you can affect the color. In this case, I had asked him to run a foam latex that was sort of a Caucasian flesh tone. Again, not trying to be an exact tone, but just give us something that in case when the suit rips, you won't see just bright white. You'll see something that looks a little bit organic. So now the mix masters are the smaller of our mixers, and we usually use those when we're doing heads. We'll use the big Hobarts for larger batches like bodies. The foam latex is whipped for a few minutes to get it up to maybe 3 to 5 volumes. For head skin purposes, you want a softer foam. A bodysuit would require a denser foam, so you wouldn't whip it up as much. That's how you control how tough and dense the foam is. Once the foam latex has been refined enough so that there's a very even bubble structure, then the gel component is added. And the gelling component is what will make the foam latex solidify a bit. But before it does that, we pour it into the syringe and then we inject it into the mold. For purposes of illustration, I'm going to show you this head mold. It's a little more easily handled than the big body mold. But I want to talk to you a little bit about foam injection. Normally what we'll do when we inject foam is we'll inject through an injection spout in the core. Sometimes we'll go through the outside of the mold itself, through the surface of the body. That just means you have a hole to patch or a spout that you'll have to snip and trim and patch. If you inject through the core, it's on the inside where there is no sculptural detail, so you're not destroying any sculpture. So this is always preferable. Now, this pour spout that I'm talking about, or injection spout rather, how do we get this? How do we install this into a core? Well, look inside this mold and you can see this is simple PVC pipe. What we'll do is we will first drill out the core at the correct diameter, and we'll use something called Propoxy or pig putty. It's just an epoxy putty that once we shove the PVC tubing up in it, we'll just cement that in with the Propoxy. And once we have this, we can then make elbows and other extenders and stuff that make it a little more convenient to inject. So you'll notice that this angle now that we've just put into this is a little bit easier to get to than that angle. You wouldn't be able to actually inject anything in that because you're coming in at this sort of an angle. So this little elbow enables you to actually inject into it. So let's just take a look at this. When this is in place in one half of the mold, you can see this negative space here. This negative space here, that's what used to be clay, right? And when you make your negative mold and then you take it apart, you scrape the clay off the core that you sculpted on, and what's left is this negative space. This negative space is what we will fill with foam latex and bake, and that gives us our rubber piece. So in order to make that injection work, what we do, we use an injection gun, something like this. These are nice, simple, easy. I mean, this I think was made out of a prefab sort of, polyethylene bottle or something. You can make them yourself. You can buy things like this online. But at any rate, this injection gun gets filled with the foam latex and put into the spout like this, and then we inject as so. And the force of the injection fills the hollow spaces with the foam latex, and then we bake it and demold it, and we've got our rubber piece. A face coat brush in for detail is done initially, just to make sure that we get all the little crooks and nannies filled, and then the mold is closed together. We use C-clamps at this point instead of bolts because you're under the gun time-wise. That material wants to gel very quickly, so you may only have 3 minutes of working time, so you have to work quickly. Injection should happen at a slow, steady pace. And you'll see it coming out through the what's called bleeder holes. Bleeder holes are holes that you drill all the way through the mold, usually in the deepest recesses, so that when you see those bleeders leaking, you know that the foam latex has filled the mold. Tim is making a dotted line with a marker along the high point of the sculpture. This will tell him where to put the dividing line of the body mold.
I want to get the high point of the sculpture, but like I said, I'm trying to preserve this clay texture on here. That's why I'm razor cutting it, so the shims will slip in there without doing much damage later on to this texture.
I know I've made Tim's life miserable by sculpting a thin clay suit that I then completely dried out with the torch, but that's up to him to figure out how to get around that. And here he's cutting his metal tape to a point. Again, that point goes right on the edge of the sculpture to seal the pieces of shim stock without damaging the sculpture. Once again, Tim will be making the mold simultaneously. The two halves of the mold will be made at the same time, and in this case there is no silicone inner surface, so we know that the shim stock won't give us the absolutely tightest seam, but that's okay because this is a larger sculpture. When you do it on a larger sort of full body sculpture, you can get away with a seam that is a 32nd of an inch thick, for instance, because you're going to go back and you're going to seam it anyway. On tremors, we did this technique, and but the worms were 8 feet tall and 5 feet around, so the texture of that sculpture hid the seam line very well, and we didn't have a whole lot of trouble covering that up. The challenge here for Tim is that he's got kind of a two-layer sculpture. One layer is dried out wet clay, and the next layer is a surface coat of cracked material that isn't really super adherent to its substrate. So he's got to be pretty careful how he handles the materials. Once again, as you remember, the wet clay sculptures have moisture in them, so they need to be sealed before the polyester resin can be applied. So we use shellac, and we pour the shellac into a Binks paint gun to spray it on evenly, thin it down with a little denatured alcohol, and start building up our layers. You can't spray too much of it on at once because you'll start getting drips. So you have to apply kind of delicate layers and be patient with it. I always want to just start painting it on with a brush. You can do that, but it just clogs your detail more. So we get the layer of shellac onto the sculpture, a little bit of hair drying between layers, and that basically serves the same purpose as crystal clear did earlier, but it's just a little bit more a thicker skin. Once you have the orange shellac on, we go with the par film, which is the release, and it's I believe it's an acetone-based release, and what this does is it prevents the fiberglass from sticking to the clay sculpture. It also needs to be dried.
So what I have here is what's called a gel coat gun, and for the purpose of obviously spraying gel coat. So I want to surface this with a really nice and clean layer of polyurethane gel coat before I do the fiberglass. So I'm going to use this cup gun, the paper cup that fits this, and I'm going to basically just pour out some black gel coat.
The gel coat is the face coat that captures your detail on the polyester mold. It's designed to be a little tougher than the subsequent layers, but you have to be careful to catalyze it properly. If you over-catalyze it, you could get cracking, you could get crazing, you could get alligatoring, a whole bunch of bad things you can get from over-catalyzing. If you under-catalyze it, your face coat will stay gummy, and all of those things are bad for your sculpture.
Mix this up really well. Scraping the sides really, really well. And when you're done with this, immediately clean the equipment with acetone. Get all this gel coat off of your gun. Now that I think that's mixed up enough, the way this thing works. And now I'm going to clean the equipment out with acetone so this doesn't set up. And this needs to sit until it's no longer tacky, because you don't want to fiberglass into this first layer until it's set up.
Now we take our laminating resin and we add a little bit of tint to it to make it look similar to the gel coat, because we want a nice black mold through and through. Add some Cabasil to it to thicken it, because as you recall, the face coat doesn't necessarily fill in all the details perfectly smoothly, so we need this mud coat on top of that before we start tamping our matte saturated with resin into it. even before it's set, you can go in and you can delicately tamp in your next layer of matte and laminating resin. And this will kind of seal in the face coat and mud coat. And again, you want to tamp out all the air bubbles, because you don't want an air bubble trap between your laminated coat and your mud/face coat. Because what that does is that creates a pocket, a void between your nice strong laminated air, surface and your face coat. And this can be popped and broken because the face coat is very brittle. So you need to make sure that you're completely bubble free, otherwise you're going to have problems down the line when you're cooking the mold, when you're casting, even when you're just handling it.
Now that the sculpture has been demolded and the sculpture itself has been cleaned off the core, we then stretch a spandex bodysuit over the core. And this will become the substrate that gives the foam latex its strength. Because when we inject our foam into the negative mold, it will impregnate into this spandex material, and then that'll prevent it from ripping. For our Yellow Hands bodysuit, we didn't inject through the core because a full body core is a kind of a cumbersome thing. We injected through the actual negative mold. And that means we drilled a hole right through, and usually in the back is where we'll pick the spot, because the back is going to be less scrutinized than the front is. And we drill right through the negative mold, and that becomes our injection spout. The downside of this is that we destroy an area of detail that we have to then trim and rebuild. But it's a lot more convenient with a full body mold to inject through the exterior negative mold rather than the body core mold. Now that you have your foam latex injected into your mold, it's time to bake it. Here at ADI, we have a big walk-in oven. Now, you probably don't have one of these, but that doesn't mean you can't bake foam latex. One of the Bermans, I think it was Rob Berman, told me a funny story about how when he was just starting out, he worked in somebody's garage shop, and the way they baked their foam latex was there was an old dilapidated black VW Bug out in the backyard. And they would just open the door and put the molds on the seat and close it, and in the hot Southern California sun, it was warm enough to actually bake the molds. It took a little while, but it worked. Really all you have to do is you have to have your temperature, I believe, above 140 degrees, and that will cure the foam latex. So we've done things when we're on location where we've taken wooden boxes, crates, and put heaters, cut holes and put heaters in them. Try not to put the heater inside the box because there is a fire hazard kind of thing that you got to be careful about here. But you can create a little enclosure with floor space heaters, and you can heat it up enough to bake your foam latex. You could theoretically just aim space heaters at your mold, but you would probably need to attach some thermometers to the outside of the mold to make sure that like one area isn't getting baked to 200 degrees right in the center, and then on the outside it's getting baked to 90 degrees. So what you're trying for is you're trying for overall even temperature baking. Now if you were to do a full body suit in pieces, You know, if you broke your sculpture down in pieces and had smaller molds, you could bake them in a conventional kitchen oven. I used to do that. I pretty much ruined my mother's convection oven when I was a kid, baking foam latex in it. But as long as it heats up in an even way, you can bake foam latex in it. At this point, the foam latex has been injected and baked, and now it's time to open the mold. This mold's a little easier to open because it's done in sections, upper body and legs. Normally we would have a big two-piece mold, and that has a lot of surface area that's contacting, so sometimes that can be more of a difficult task to open. Nice thing about fiberglass molds are that you can bake them, but they're also lightweight enough that one person can handle them. In the old days, we'd make plaster molds, and you'd have to have a couple of people muscling them around because they were so heavy. You can see how well the foam impregnates into the Lycra bodysuit, and that's what gives the foam latex its strength. The flashing or the flap of rubber that you see hanging off the edge of the sculpture there, of the casting, is where the shims were. That's the part line, and that theoretically that thickness of rubber will be the same thickness as what the metal shims were that created the dividing wall between the halves of the mold. The process is the same for the hands. Chris places the finished casting of the hands onto their stand, and now they are ready to go to seaming, where they will be trimmed and where the seam lines will be patched and made invisible. After the foam latex bodysuit has been injected and baked for 3 to 5 hours in our big walk-in oven, we take it off the core, and then we have a test fitting. We're always very anxious to get it on Tom and see how it looks and see how we're doing and what modifications might be necessary. We usually run a piece of masking tape over the zipper on the bodysuit that stretches over the core. This way the foam rubber doesn't grab onto the suit at the place where the zipper is, and we can locate that easily and cut it up the back that way. And once you peel away the masking tape, it reveals the zipper, and we're ready to take the body off the core.
There's a core inside of here, and we split the hand here and here to make it easier to remove. It's just super glued into place. This one's free. I need to bust this thumb free. And now that's off. So I can pull it out, because it's hard to pull it over the fingers splayed so much. So when I pull it off, these two fingers and this thumb will come off with it. Start here. That there. Piece. It's up there. So his hand's all free.
A fresh foam latex suit often has moisture still in it. Hasn't aired out yet, still has some of the wetness that makes it difficult to put on unless you add baby powder to it. So we put liberal amounts of baby powder on the inside of the suit so that Tom can slide his arms and legs into it without the drag that you can imagine wet rubber would create.
Do that to the whole suit as well.
Should we start?
Yeah.
Just dump it with powder?
Powdered already?
It is?
Yeah, but
Oh, well then.
I dried a little bit.
So this probably represents about the 9,000th time that Tom has climbed into a rubber monster suit. And he's joined by Garth Winkless, who is one of our longtime ADI employees. Garth has been on set with us for just about everything since right after Starship Troopers. So he's a good, sure hand, knows where to grab the rubber and where not to grab it, because you can easily tear apart a suit if you're too enthusiastic or if you just simply have never done it before.
You know, somebody should do a video on how to do monster suit performances. Be great. Be really great.
Because the midsection of this suit is basically fabric, it makes it a lot easier to put on. The heavier and thicker the rubber there is, it's a little bit more of a wrestling match to get a performer into the suit. We can already start to see areas that work and areas that don't work, even with this kind of a rough fitting. When he moves his arms around, you can see where things bag up, where we might need to take darts out and make some stitching. It's a lot like tailoring a suit for someone.
Can you hold it flat and go? It's not bad at all. For this much buildup, that's pretty good. Wow.
And the great thing about having Tom be the suit performer is that as a creature creator, he can tell us very specifically from inside what's working and what's not working. Many of the suits we've created over the years are one-piece suits. In other words, they're like long johns. Maybe the hands, the creature's hands are applied separately, but everything else is one piece. Whenever you know that you're going to have costume elements or hair that can hide break lines in a suit, it's always nice to break it up so that you can take the parts off in a more controlled fashion and maybe give the performer a break in between takes where you can just take his arms off or just take his head off. If you connect everything, it can give you a seamless look, but it also sort of traps the performer into either being all suited up or all not suited up. Tom has great mobility in this suit, largely because of the thicknesses of the clay. We kept it as thin as possible in most movement areas. And then, of course, around the legs and the stomach, there is no rubber, so that's the best scenario. Even as early as a test fitting, you can see Tom is starting to think about character and about how he will move as this creature.
Everything moves great.
Yeah.
I'm surprised how much movement I've got.
You get a little, foldy there.
How are the legs? Getting too much?
I feel like I'm swimming from about here down.
Yeah.
I guess we can see if this is going to shrink much more.
Yeah. It is still pretty wet. Is it real loose in there for you?
Yeah.
Not bad. Can you bend across?
Well, that's a nice thing, though. At least it's designed for the wrinkles to work with it. Maybe even these wrinkles help it kind of settle on itself.
Want to put the head?
Yeah.
Oftentimes when you put a mechanical head on, or even a stunt head, it's a big wake-up call. the performer can get very inhibited by the lack of vision or the discomfort of breathing. So it is good to let a performer play around without the head on first, just to sort of have that confidence level. But then you got to make his life as easy as possible with the head on so that you can get some of that performance back. This reminds me of the very first test fitting we did of Pumpkinhead way back in the 80s, where we had Tom crouching very similarly. It's always exciting when you do a first test fitting because you can really start visualizing a character. Even giving him simple props to hold can really make him start to come to life. And that's when all the time that you put into imagining the character actually starts to pay off. Squat down like this, would you? Like, you know? Yeah. And put a hand, can you, I don't know if you can see, but put your hand out like, and put on the ground, yeah. So even though these hands are sculpted chunky, right, like desert tortoisey, whatever grace and delicateness you can put in them, I think, yeah, that's exactly right. Makes the character more thinking, thoughtful, intelligent, yeah. That's cool. You look like you could be tracking somebody, don't you? Can you roll your back even more? And then, yeah. Okay. Proportionally, he looks pretty good, doesn't he? Somebody probably should carry a spear. See, I don't know if you can see how this, we're hoping this works with these hands, but do like this, or if you want it, oh, it's like that.
Yeah,
like
that's
that, right? See if you can do that. Oh, yeah. Part of what you just don't necessarily know when you're sculpting is whether or not the hands of the creature are going to be able to grab onto the other things you've made, because in this case, I did everything sort of in a vacuum. You know, like, this is a cool design, but what's it like when a creature hand goes in it? You know? There's ways of figuring that out in advance, but it's just a little bit more expensive and requiring of more patience than I have. But in this case, it worked out very well, and we didn't have to go back and do modifications to make it work.
Put your head forward, please, sir. Yes, sir. Boy, having vision like that makes such a difference.
Yeah. What are you looking out of?
Right through the eye holes. It's great. Because I have depth perception with, you know, openings that big.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's gonna get smaller. But work out as much as we can with performance stuff, and
Yeah, but with a stunt head, we'll be able to have a lot of that, right?
I would wonder if we take them in really snug around the ankles.
Yeah, we lose
If
some
that
of the
suddenly means
sculpture.
we need a loose sculpture, and we might need a zipper then to get in and out.
Is it real hollow in here?
Uh,
You feel
Is it hollow?
hollow or
It's a little more hollow than,
normal?
yeah. Especially down there in the foot.
Yeah, and you're okay with that?
It doesn't affect my
Doesn't look
stability
bad.
at all.
Yeah, doesn't look bad.
I actually almost like the extra fleshiness of it. Like,
Yeah, when you
that.
wiggle your toes like up and down. Do it on that one. I saw something. Look at that. There's no reason why we have to attach the foot, right? Yeah. Unless we wanted to put like Velcro on the bottom of, each shoe, and so that
I think the shoe's pretty
stable.
firm in there at the moment.
Mhm.
So.
Good.
Yeah, the rounding of the soles would be nice.
You could
You
run
could
another-
pad.
Yeah, just on
Oh,
the same mold. on
Yeah,
the foam or
and just
something.
glue it on.
Alec, if you wanted to do just like inserty kind of close-up
Harder.
stuff, and we
Oh,
just
yeah.
pick one afternoon where we just
Glue it.
glue this down and
Mhm.
get some coverage that way, we could do that, because that certainly helps isolate.
Yeah, he showed me when he does this, sorry,
Uh-huh.
am I pinching it?
Huh.
When he does that, it improves it.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's almost
I love this floating shape here, this is great.
It's this stuff.
It's this, yeah, and then there's
like an inch and a half out of that side,
Mhm.
right? So
Okay, well, we'll start with
change
that.
that.
Okay.
if you want, we could, if we have time, I don't know, we can also try strapping from here to here, and strapping across the back,
Right.
pulling it snug that way.
Mhm. Adding like some non-stretchy fabric here that pulls over. We'll have to add Garfo. Don't necessarily have to do this on the seam side, but as a thought for some time in the future, stitching in a piece of non-stretch fabric that a strap comes across so that you are pulling it,
Okay.
pulling it up.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So. That'd be enough.
It's really a cool character.
Yeah, it's fine.
Really looks good.
After we get our suit parts out, we're not done yet because there's a lot of tailoring that has to go on. And for that, you need an actual seamstress. Or if you're a union sewer, a seamster, depending on your sex. Consuelo is someone that we've used over the years on many, many projects, and she is really an excellent hand at the stitch witchery. So what she's doing is she is repairing damage that has happened to the zipper in the process of running it through the oven and putting it on and off tom, et cetera, et cetera. She also went back and she applied zippers to all of the limbs, the arms as well, so that they attach to the body with zippers instead of with glue or snaps or Velcro or something less solid. Zippers really give you a good solid bite because they have teeth. All right, so what we need is a negative copy of this texture. This texture is pulled out of the mold of the body that gives us a nice cracky clay look. So what Chris is going to do is he's going to release this piece of silicone. He's going to pour more silicone on top of that, which will give us a negative that he can then press into the gelled foam. This technique of working with gelled foam directly onto an already cast foam piece is something that I was unaware of until 1985 when I went over to England to work on Aliens for Stan Winston. And the English over there had been doing it for many years. I'm sure people had done it over here as well. I was not aware of it. The English call it scumble. So, and you can do some great things with it. You can really build up a lot. You try not to like sculpt an entire suit out of it, although we have done that. But what it's great for is for patching over seam work in a very flexible and very adherent way. You can get a nearly perfect match in texture. As you can see, the texture pads that Chris is using give us a really an excellent result. And it's better than using things like Prosade and Cabosil mixed. Prosade's a glue, Cabosil's a filler, because that doesn't have a spongy quality to it. This is like materials, so you're putting foam latex on top of foam latex, And it really is a much more flexible way to seam. You do have to work meticulously and fairly quickly, because each batch that you make has a life to it, right? It's going to gel pretty quickly. And the amount of gel that you put in determines how quickly it will solidify. And where we're pushing the limits on this one is that we're really covering some pretty big areas of real estate with scumble and hoping that we'll get a pretty good texture match. And the reason that we didn't actually sculpt anything there is that I wanted to keep the amount of mold making time to a minimum, and I wanted the foam latex coating on the stomach area to be as thin as I could possibly get it. And the texture of the stomach area is not as critical because I'm going to put some wardrobe in that area as well. Of course, once you've spatulated on your scumble and textured it, it's not over yet. You still have to cure it or bake it. There's a couple of ways to do it. If you've got a big walk-in oven, like at ADI, you can just turn it on and roll the whole thing in. If you don't have that kind of an oven, you can use hair dryers or heat guns. Be very careful with heat guns because they get very hot and you can burn things with it. So I recommend a hair dryer. You can put a couple of them on it. If you've got limited areas, you can put a few on it. Keep in mind that it's going to take you, could take you an hour to bake it out. It bakes a little quicker when it's on a suit than when it's in a mold because you don't have to get the heat through the thickness of the mold. But you still just walk over it occasionally, poke it with a toothpick or something, and see if it still leaves an indent, it's not ready to come out from under the heat. If it springs back and doesn't leave an indent, then it's cooked and you can move on to the next area. That's the only thing about this, is that it's very time consuming. You can walk away from it, but you're leaving it under the hair dryers, and that's sucking up electricity, and it's a potential fire hazard. So once again, be safe. Okay, so our rubber suit is ready to paint. It's been seamed and patched and prepped, and now Tim Martin is going to walk you through these steps.
Hey guys, Tim Martin here again. Finally, we've gotten to the point where we're going to be painting yellow hands. And the way I'm going to do that is with a couple base coats of rubber cement paint mixed with oil paint. And that is for any rubber suit. And on top of that, because he's layered in this kind of mud type coating, I'm going to dry brush with acrylic paints. So not much airbrushing with this. It's all going to be hand painting and dry brushing. Rubber cement thinner and rubber cement, of course. So I'm going to start with that. Pour a pretty good amount of rubber cement because I want to cover the whole body and the arms, like so. Give it some thinner. This stuff can be thinned down pretty well. And using oil colors, I'm going to start to tint this a flesh tone because these characters are pretty fleshy in their skin tones, and the white clay is really going to contrast with that. So I'm going to start off with some titanium white, oil-based paint, just a little bit of red. Put some raw sienna in there. Now usually when you're using oil paints, they won't dry if you were just to paint this on. So this is why you use the rubber cement. It acts as the base for the paint. And you're basically just tinting the rubber cement with oil paints. And rubber cement paint is extremely hard to dry brush. You really can't dry brush with it because it's so sticky and kind of a weird consistency. That's why I'm going to use the acrylic paint to dry brush the surface of this clay. I will say a lot of the time you spend painting is going to be mixing up your paints. It takes a lot to basically come up with a good color and a good consistency, and I think half the time you really spend painting is just mixing stuff up.
The first step in painting a rubber suit is applying a base coat. The base coat is the foundation for all your subsequent colors. In this case, we're painting fairly straightforward because of the mud covering on top. This isn't like we've got to create a false translucency or get into any super technical steps. But the base coat is important, and it's also important in case you do have paint rub off. The base coat tends to be the coat that sticks the best, and all other layers then need to adhere to that.
All right, so I'm just going to start the pretty thick layer here. And again, this is just for my skin texture that's underneath this textured clay. That's why I'm not airbrushing it on, because I really just need to get it on there. And a lot of times when you airbrush anyways, you're going to use the first initial coat. You're going to brush it on. Sometimes people will just brush on a thick layer of the rubber cement paint, or I'm sorry, just the rubber cement with thinner, no paint, just to get a layer onto the suit. And then that will basically kind of prime your surface. I'm not doing that just because I'm kind of taking a step ahead and just going right into the paint. That's fine too. The rubber cement paint does dry pretty fast, but it does stay kind of a little bit tacky. And sometimes you have to be careful of mixing too much oil paint in. If you mix up too much of the tint, it's really not going to set up the way you want it to. So there's definitely a science behind ratios. I couldn't tell you what the percentage is. I could just tell you that, trial and error. So you can see it's definitely showing up, although it's kind of a thin layer. I'm really scrubbing it into those cracks because that's what's going to show. What I'm experiencing today is something that a lot of people will experience, is the head isn't ready of this character. That's still being worked on. It's got a lot of little things to get ironed out, so I need to paint it separately. But keep in mind, if you know that's going to happen, save the paint you're working with so that it'll at least match, and you don't want to have to try to mix up new paint to match later. And when you're working in a crew on a film, that's always going to happen. Nothing's ever going to be just all 100% ready for you to go. A lot of times it takes teamwork, and there's several people working on the same thing, and parts here, parts there, multiple pieces. If you're doing a suit for a big film, you have multiple runs, and everything's got to look the same. So rubber cement paint is something you can go over a couple times if you feel like it's a little too light, especially with foam patching. A lot of times when foam is patched, it's melted and burnt, so you'll have really dark areas that are kind of hard to get rid of. And you basically have to rely on paint to do that. So it completely depends on the character and the project you're working on. Right now this is going to be very forgiving for me because it's a lot of like the clay texture over this stuff. But the oil paint in this stuff does cover pretty well. And of course, it's rubber cement paint because this suit needs to be extremely flexible for the actor. And if you put anything like just acrylic paint, it will crack and it won't stretch like it's supposed to. So there's definitely a reason for this stuff. As you can see here, there's zippers right in the middle of the bicep, and that's for Tom Woodruff, the actor, to basically fit into this whole thing, and then he's got like an inch gap between the arm and the other zipper. And what that does is once that's closed and zipped, he's got a really, really tight fit so that there's no weird buckling, no weird wrinkling. So we're trying to make it look like it's obviously not a suit, but more of a skin, because this thing is pretty thin. So you can see from the back that this has a zipper in the suit. And over top of it is another piece of latex that once this thing is zipped up, this will be closed down and glued over the top so that zipper disappears. A lot of times they make suits that have some sort of costuming element to it that will cover up that zipper, hair, or just fabric or something. But this guy's pretty bare-backed, so they're going to have to do a little bit of makeup on set. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint really close to the edge of this piece, and I'm not going to paint over the whole thing. I don't want to paint over the blending edge because they're going to do that on set. I can get really close. It's just latex. It's not foam latex. But I don't want anything to curl up on me, which means they wouldn't be able to get a good blending edge when they're gluing this thing together. One thing you'll find that's a pet peeve of mine is the actual armpits of a suit, because a lot of times they're not really paid attention to. They don't really do anything sculpturally underneath there. Sometimes they'll have a suit that's actually sculpted and run in foam, and the actor will wear it and then raise his arms up, to which they'll take a snap mold of that armpit and basically make an armpit appliance. Because no matter what position the life cast is in, it's always hard to get underneath the armpit. But my point of that is don't neglect also painting underneath the armpit. That's why I'm sticking my hand under here and stretching it out and making sure that that looks just as natural as everything else. When you're painting with rubber cement paints, in the end, the last process you'll do, a lot of people will basically seal the paint job with rubber cement, or they'll seal it with this product called VMAT, and it's a rubber cement sealer. And this is something you apply when everything is done. And you can take advantage of that by, what I'm going to do is, since I'm painting everything with rubber cement, and then I'm going to dry brush it with acrylic. So in addition, you can do washes, you can do some makeup techniques with acrylic, as long as it's pretty thin, and then seal it later, and that should all stick together. And that kind of information is really beneficial if you don't have a lot of time to sit there and airbrush a whole suit, which is very time consuming. You know, it takes anywhere from a couple of days to a week or two to really airbrush a really detailed suit. But we're really getting away with some tricks here because it's more of a texture, not so much a color scheme. As for the bottom of the feet on this guy, the foam latex was tinted a flesh tone. And I think if I paint anything on the bottom of those feet, that's just going to get rubbed off anyway. So I'm probably not going to do anything to the bottom of those feet. And that's you know, totally up to whoever's making this film. Okay, so getting back to making sure you make enough paint, I was just shy of being able to complete this and paint the arms as well. So that's going to take some practice to gauge how much you need. You obviously don't want to make a gallon of this stuff if you're not going to use it, but it does take a substantial amount to cover a suit. Just keep that in mind. So if you feel like it, you can base coat your suit several times to get rid of whatever dark spots of the suit you find, unpainted foam latex, whatever it is. It doesn't hurt at all to keep going over it. Okay, so now that I've got what is a sufficient layer on this base coat, I'm going to move to the hands and do the same for those. Okay, so I'm just going to continue with the same base coat over the arms now. And what I've noticed while I'm looking at the body dry is that I think it's coming out a little dark, a little orangey, and there's nothing wrong with going over it again. So I think I will probably do that. I'll make another batch of rubber cement paint that's lighter, a little more pink flesh tone, and then just go over it again. But this I'm still pushing forward with because I still need a good base coat of rubber cement on the suit. Again, I'm just really scrubbing it into some of these like recessed folds of the hands. Thinking ahead, I know what I'm going to dry brush a little bit lighter to look like it's kind of, this clay material is kind of worn off and dried off, flaked off. So those areas that I know are going to have less clay, I need to pay a little bit more attention to where this flesh is. And the reason this is on an arm form is so that obviously these fingers can stay spread apart and you have something that you can paint on. You never really want to paint a suit while it's just laying there by itself. It just won't hold up and it'll end up sticking to itself and just be kind of a mess. So always have, even if you don't have, you're painting some sort of suit and you don't have, arm forms, can't afford to make it, didn't have time, whatever. Just put some, armature wire and some newspaper or hemp or anything to keep its shape while you're painting it. You can see this really dark seam line that whoever seamed the suit burned it so it kind of comes out darker, and that's something you're going to make the conscious effort to try to paint over and kind of lighten that up as much as you can. Even if you got to go over it a couple times with this paint, you really want that to disappear because it'll probably show, depending on the character and the nature of whatever the suit is you're making. But
because of the philosophy of this suit construction, where I didn't want to super pre-plan every little step, I wanted to sort of let each step be a discovery and design process. Sometimes we'll do things and we have to go back and we've got to redo them a little bit. The base coat that Tim first applied looked a little bit yellow to me, so I asked him to warm it up a bit. Okay, so in the end I think that this has come out a little bit dark, so I'm going to go over it again with a lighter color. And there's nothing wrong with that. I brushed it on with a pretty thin layer and it's going to need another layer anyways. So give myself a pretty generous amount of rubber cement. I'm going to use some of the paint that I had just mixed up, but I'm going to add some more white to it. See what that does. Okay, so it's definitely lighter, but I want a little bit, slightly more of a pink tone to it, but very slightly. And a little bit of red goes a long way when you're making a light tone, so just go a little bit at a time. You can always add more. Again, you're going to spend a lot of time mixing paints. It's so crucial that you really stir the heck out of this or you'll run into the problem I had, which is getting to the bottom and painting a color straight onto your suit. That turns into a mess. Okay, so as I back up and I always take a step back as to what you're doing, whether it's sculpting or painting, anything that's visual. You don't have to step back on a mold because that's all technical stuff, but if you step back and look at it in different light, different distance, you can see a little bit more. Okay, so this is much more of the flesh tone that I wanted. And this will really pop up underneath that clay. And the layer we did before, that just helped out, no big deal. You'll see that once you get the initial base coat on, the following coats seem to slide on a little bit easier because the porous nature of the foam is gone now and you've basically sealed it, so painting it's a little bit easier the second time around. Once the base tone is applied, oftentimes it looks a little monotone, like a plastic sort of surface. So we'll go in and we'll need to break that up with some extra color, and this is where washes come in. Washes can be applied in a number of ways, but in this case we're just going to use spritz bottles because so much of this is going to get covered over once we do our dry, cracky clay look. We can get away with more theatrical techniques.
So now what I'm going to do is I want to add some wash to this paint scheme, and I've got a little bit of acrylic paint with water and alcohol in a spritz bottle. So I just spritz it on and I'll just dab off the excess, and what I want to do is kind of get a little bit of darker color into this. So you can see now that it's getting more flesh tone, and the spritz bottle actually kind of gives it a breakup. Now you can do this with an airbrush if you want, or you can do it with a paintbrush. I mean, it's all up to you as to how you think this is going to turn out, but for me the spritz bottles do really well. Covers a lot of area, especially when you're trying to go quickly on something. You can go light, then you can use a hair dryer, get that first layer dry, go over it again. But you can see it's really starting to look more like flesh, and it's killed some of that weird fake pink look. So you don't have to dab off this excess. You can let it run if you want. The color I'm using as a wash is just kind of a brown. You can use different colors of brown. Something that's not too bright, that's a little earthy is what I'm going for. But you can see just this little spritzing on there really changes the whole tone of this thing. I'm trying not to just douse the whole thing so it doesn't just run all off. And also kind of gives it that makeup effect when you're doing like flicking for makeup. It adds breakup and looks more natural than just a solid color. Personally, I love washes. I do washes on every single thing that I paint, whether it's model kits or if it's maquettes or if it's latex busts. You can even do washes in silicone. For some reason, washes, the really thin paint that gets into those crevices and tiny cracks, for me, really adds that sense of realism that you're looking for. So I'm keeping my distance. I'm basically spritzing this about a foot away from the object because I want to kind of get it an even mist over the whole thing. And not concentrating on one area because I don't want it to pool and then just start to run. I'm looking for like a spotty, speckly look. So at this point, you can keep doing washes until you find a tone that you like. Sometimes you can go with a little darker if you want, but I'm just going to stay with this one tone. And once this dries, I'll keep going over it.
The cracked clay look covers almost the entire creature's body except for the palms of the hand. So this is the place where we really need to pay attention to bringing it some life. And normally in palms of people's hands we get a little flushing of pink color. So that's what we're going to do on this character as well.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do a little bit of airbrushing on the palms of these hands for this character. I want them to look a little bit more, a little lifelike. There's not going to be any clay really painting going on top of this, so I've been kind of a little lax on the skin texture, knowing that it's going to get covered. Let's see how this goes. Okay, so I'm going pretty lightly, but you can see that side by side, that pink is showing up. That's all I really want to get out of this is a little bit of depth here with the color. Okay. So now I just want to go over this whole thing with a hair dryer, make sure that this wash that I did is completely dry before I start dry brushing this clay on top of it.
The other purpose that washes serve is they kind of create fake shadows. You don't always want to rely on the lighting to create the shadows and bring out the detail of the sculpture. Darker washes in particular really help do that. They sink into the cracks and crevices and really make the sculpture pop.
So you can see what I'm doing is kind of a secondary, heavier wash in some of the shadow areas around the, the creases in the feet, the kneecaps, the elbows, underneath the chest. Even though I'm going to be painting all that clay over this, I think underneath you'll still see some of that, the different hues, different colors of this flesh tone underneath there. The wash always kind of picks up detail really well. So you can do multiple washes. I usually do.
The boldest and riskiest aspect of this paint job is this whole clay covering. The clay covering could be wonderfully creative and fresh and new, or it could just completely kill all the paint that we've applied underneath it. So we have to be very careful with it. We have to choose the correct tone. We don't want it too pale because when it's out in the desert sun, it could just bloom and go completely white and overwhelm everything underneath it. And we have to choose the right paint also because it has to be dry brushed on. And sometimes rubber cement is a little harder to dry brush than other paints.
All right, so what I'm doing is I'm going to start mixing up this dry brush for this clay effect. So I don't want the stark white. I'm going to add a little bit of acrylic Payne's gray or any kind of gray. Just enough to make it a little off color. I don't want it really a dark gray. So it's just slightly off white. It's got a kind of a bluish tint to it too, which I like. Really, really, really light gray, but not bright snow white. That's what I'm looking for. So I just want to take a section of his back and kind of do a little test. See how it comes out. Maybe a little sponging type thing. So just looking at it, it's not real brilliant white and it's not a gray. I think it's right on to what I want to see. So I'm just going to proceed. I like the way this looks. Just keeping in mind that there's still folds and skin, parts of the skin that I don't want to look like it's covered in mud, because it's going to give the effect that it's just completely been painted. Like in here, I want it to look like that's a flexing muscle, and a lot of this stuff has worn off. And a lot of times when you dry brush, you might go one direction. I'm trying to go every direction, multi-directional. So it looks like this has been caked on, not just dry brushed. So I'm gonna go all the way to the edge of this blending piece. So when they glue this on, they can still do a little touch-up makeup and whatnot, but they won't have to repaint a whole lot. Keep most of my original paint job there for them. So remember that you're not just painting dry brush just over the surface. You're actually looking at the detail of what was put on here to make it look like clay. So I'm trying to get the clay sculpture element to be painted, not just going over it haphazardly. See, this part here is really thick, chunky clay type stuff that really pops out nice when you paint it. So you can see I'm really concentrating on not getting in some of these lines, because I know that's where the character is going to flex its muscle and have a lot of movement. So like I said before, what I'm doing is I'm basically just using acrylic to dry brush this on here. And because it's not a solid coat of paint, I really doubt this acrylic paint is going to peel off or rub off, but it might. So what I'm doing is I'm just doing it in acrylic, because you can't really dry brush like this with rubber cement paint. It's extremely hard. So after all this is painted, I'm going to seal it with the V-Mat, which is the rubber cement sealant for these suits. So I like to mix and match mediums, and it's okay to use acrylic as long as you seal it. Point here, there's not much texture going on here because this is where the suit was foam patched. But the great thing about what we're doing is you can fake more texture in there. You know, and there's no way anyone can tell now that there was a seam there. It just looks like the rest of the suit.
Well, the clay covering looks a little bit white to me, so we're going to knock it down a bit. It's important that this thing look like it's part of the environment. So if we take it out to the desert and shoot it, and the clay covering is radically different from the surrounding terrain, it's not going to look like it's from this environment. So that's where more spritzing and washes come in.
This is just to take down the starkness of that white. So you can see that what's been done, it looks like this looks like a frosted mini wheat. And now the white doesn't look as bright, it looks a lot nicer. So I'm gonna do the same after I paint the yellow hands.
Color is a great way to distinguish one character from another, especially if they're alien characters, which all tend to look alike to us. We'll apply different colors to create the distinction between the characters. In this case, the character Yellow Hands is the chief, and theoretically his paint kind of markings denote his rank. So this is a design element. It's not just slapping on any old tones or what have you. We have to make sure that it's the right yellow. If it's too bright, it might look a little bit synthetic. It might look a little bit like it's from a different culture, you know, like in our world, paints, you know, you get them as bright as you want, but in more primitive, close to nature kind of cultures, they don't necessarily have the chemical paints that we have, so they tend to have a lot of earth tones in them. So in this case, it's kind of straddling the line between a too bright a yellow and a yellow ochre, perhaps. So this is part of the design process, which is also part of the painting.
It's just some titanium white with a little bit of yellow, a little bit of brown. Of course, I'm still trying to paint a stripe, but keep it still kind of broken up and clay-like. Knock that down a lot.
That's better too.
You know, tell the difference between the stark white and that.
Yeah, that's better.
I was also counting on the wash to kind of take some of that down too.
Yeah. Yeah, all right, that's fine. It's funny, it is getting closer to the color of the sand out there. Or at least the value of it, if not the color, which is fine. Because it's also like, you know, we're saying it's clay, but clearly they have the ability to pigment it, right? So why wouldn't the bodies? And they are called the ghost people. So they make themselves look like spirits. As important to character as color is, costume is also equally important. And in this case, because he's a tribal character, we have to make sure that the types of adornments that we're putting on his body are consistent with the tribal nature of his origins. So we want to make sure that leathers that we use are nice and worn and aged down. Again, that colors don't pop too brightly, and that everything looks like this guy walks around in a desert environment, living and sweating in his outfit. We can just kind of do this.
Yellow?
Greened.
Oh, yeah.
Knocked down and green. Take a look as you step back.
Can always go over it again with some of the yellow.
Yeah. maybe. See what it does? Just a tad cheap food.
I'm missing one. Does that read a little better?
Yeah, that looks great. Yeah.
Okay, so now everything is painted. I want to brush the entire surface of the suit with some more rubber cement and thinner. Pretty thin, but without any tint, so it's just the rubber cement. And what that's going to do is actually kind of help protect that acrylic paint that I dry brushed on yesterday. So the consistency, as you can see, is kind of, it's not like honey, but it's not watery. So I'm just going to scrub the entire surface. Like I said, my goal is just to try to protect this acrylic paint, keep it from really rubbing off. I guess what you could do is mix a little bit of Prozade into the acrylic paint to help it stick, but I think what would happen is the entire surface of this would get really, really kind of gummy and sticky and kind of hard to work with later on, kind of painting with like Pax paint or something, but so that's why I'm deciding just to brush on some rubber cement paint afterwards. Okay, so now I'm just continuing the same process over the whole bodysuit. Just brushing on this rubber cement. And once this whole thing is covered, you can go over it again if you want. Depends on how much you think you need to kind of keep this acrylic paint protected. All right, so now that I have the whole suit covered, you can do a little test if you want, see what pulls off, see if you need to do a little bit more, but I'm pretty happy with what I've done. So now this whole suit is finished.
You'll notice that the head is constructed so that it can be easily removable. Inside the head is a skull cap that attaches to Tom, that's made specifically for his head, and in the back are the overlapped seams that we'll be able to close up invisibly. We want to have a lot of overlap in the back so that when we put it on, if there's any stretching or surprises in the fit, we don't see unpainted areas or underpainted areas. We're going to be gluing one of those flaps over top of the snapped flap so that we have sort of a double layer of security both in color and in fastening. The steps of painting the head are going to be exactly like the steps of painting the body. We're going to use the same colors and the same materials so that the whole thing is cohesive unto itself. The details of the head are a little bit tighter sculpturally, so there's going to be a little bit more deftness of the hand and of the application, but it's basically the same process as painting the body.
So here I have my rubber cement paint. The first dark tone that I did yesterday. Same thing, just throughout the whole suit. I think the foam latex of this was run a little bit lighter than the rest of the body, but hopefully the paint will cover that up and we won't see a big difference between the head, hands, and body. For this guy, I don't have to paint all the way down to the edge, leaving about maybe half an inch because there's a collar on this guy that's going to get glued down, so I know that that skin's not going to be exposed. So I could use that little edge to hold the foam if I need to, whatever, but just keeping that in mind, I don't have to paint all the way to the edge just yet. Again, underneath this little flap. And just like I did with the back, I'm going to paint pretty close to the edge, but not right to it. I want to give them something to glue down and blend off when they get to that time on set. So just to recap what's going on here, this is Tom's, the actor's, life cast, and on top of it is his skull cap, and on top of that is the creature's fiberglass underskull, and on top of that is the latex skin with some buckles and some webbing and some Velcro and all kinds of stuff to strap it together. There's a lot going on just for this stunt head. If this was an animatronic head, it'd be pretty much the same thing, but with packed full of servos. So just like yesterday's process, I'm going to go over this with a second layer of a lighter color, more of a pink. I kept the paints that I did the body with. If you don't do that, it's going to be pretty difficult sometimes to try to match the colors you've already established. What you really want to do is make the head look just like everything else. And if you don't paint it all at the same time, like unfortunately I did not, you don't want to get caught later on having to redo all the color scheme that you'd spent all the time before creating. So this will match. As before, just scrub it into all those little details. The foam latex is a really lightweight material along with some of the fiberglass that we put in here. And like I was saying before, this goes onto an actor, and that actor's got two different layers of fiberglass shells, a thick piece of foam latex, and if it's a mechanical head, several servos, acrylic eyes, teeth, all kinds of stuff that really can start to add up and weigh a lot. So each step you try to make the lightest thing possible so that the total weight won't kill the person inside. And also with the straps and everything on the back, you want this to be able to take off as quickly as possible for the comfort of the actor, or I've never heard of it, but in an emergency case, who knows? I've never heard anyone get just totally glued in and have a big problem, but it's a possibility. So I always keep that in mind. I think that if you find something, if you create something that's really easy to get off and on, looks great, I mean, then things just seem to work out a lot better. But that's just me. So just like the body, this is all for the skin underneath, the war clay, the mud, whatever it is. I'm just trying to get the deep recesses painted so that we'll see that it's a skin underneath. I'm going to do a little bit of airbrushing, like I said, around some of the soft spots. And this guy also has like some sort of black paint around his eyes, kind of like almost like a raccoon mask. That'll help conceal the fact that an actor needs to see through this. Okay, so this is just the same paint that I used yesterday, and it seems like overnight a lot of times rubber cement will congeal again and kind of get thick. So it always helps to kind of reconstitute it with a little bit more thinner. So now I'm going to airbrush around the like the nostril on top of his head, the nostril in front of his head, the eyes, lips, ears, some of the soft spots. Same pink as I used on the palms.
In the way that the body had the palms of the hands exposed, there are areas on the face that will be more exposed as well. That includes the area around the mouth, around the eyes, and up in the nostrils or the blowhole area. Those are all areas where, if this was a real creature, the moisture would probably wash away clay and paint. And that's a good thing for us because that allows us to paint things, little pops of life, right? Of like pink lips, wet lips, you know, around the eyes. Sort of like the idea of that I was thinking of is like when you see a little like a poodle and it's kind of like got all that grimy kind of gooey stuff coming out of the eyes. That is life that's reading through the fur. And the blowhole is something we're going to be a little bit careful about because while I was sculpting it, I was getting teased that it looked like a different kind of orifice. I don't know. That's more of a reflection on the people who were making the comment than on me. So I didn't take offense. But we will give it a little bit of pinkness so that it looks like mucous membrane. And then after that, the clay treatment will go on over top as it did the body. Staying consistent with the way we painted the body, it's time for washes. And again, we'll be using some spritz bottles. And the great thing about the spritz bottle is that it's adjustable. So you can either give it a fine misting or you can give it a spattering technique. The spattering technique is great because it feels like freckles. It feels like sun-bleached or sun-aged skin. And being a little bit bolder with these techniques will help those colors read through that ultimate final clay covering that we're going to apply over top.
Really get in some of those hard to reach areas. So you can see what I'm doing is I'm kind of keeping this paper towel flat and just trying to get the surface area, letting that wash sink into all the tiny little cracks. That's really what you want this paint to go into, and that's what you're kind of magnifying with this paint. You see a lot of the detail a lot better. Looks a little more natural with some of this breakup. I am definitely going to take out a little bit more of this wash around some of the pink areas so they don't look really dirty, as opposed to just kind of soft tissue. Okay, so hitting it with this wash is taking down a lot of that pink tone of the skin and made it a little bit more realistic. What I really like about the wash is that it gets in all the cracks and creates kind of a little texture through the whole thing. Now, even though a lot of this is going to get covered in that white paint, it's still, you can see it in a lot of the soft spots around the eyes. It really does a lot to me for the reality of a paint job. I love washes. I do it on everything.
It's a good thing that we started with the body because that helped us work out some of these approaches, specifically with the clay, because the clay technique does have me a little bit concerned because it could very easily kill the sculpture, it could overwhelm the character. So now that we're going to take what we've learned in painting the body and apply that to the head.
So now this is dry, I've got all my skin undertones just like before. I'm going to go in with my same color I used. It's slightly off-white. There's white acrylic mixed with a little bit of Payne's gray. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to start putting some clay type paint on here. I want to avoid a lot of the inner ear. I've also noticed that yesterday I wasn't just brushing, I was kind of, with the flat part of my brush, kind of dabbing it on there as well. Really just trying to get the highlights of the sculpted clay cracks, clay design. Now with this being an expressive character, I guess by nature, maybe not because this is, animatronic, but a lot of these folds should break away some of this clay naturally, so I don't want to just cover the whole thing. I want to be kind of precise on where I put it so that it looks like he's actually had it on for a while and some of it is worn around the wrinkles of his face. You got the most movement in your face, so a lot of stuff really wouldn't stick for a long period of time. So not knowing what you're going to cover in clay is why you do the entire skin texture in paint first, because now I can see that I've got some some skin detail in there. Can't really predict where you're going to do this, so it's best just to paint the whole thing in your skin tone first. Just kind of common sense, I think. Even though I know some of this is going to get covered in that black mask paint I'm going to put on here, still want to do some like he's applied a layer of white first. Avoiding a lot of the nostril, corners of the eyes, going to avoid that so that it'll still look kind of wet, pink, soft. So with this part, I am going to actually get underneath here, but not to the edge of this blending piece. They can do that on set. The overlap is fine, they'll be able to glue that down. A little bit underneath that jaw area because there should be a lot of movement with this character underneath there. I don't want it to look like it's painted. It's got to look like it's been applied and then kind of come off. Just touches here and there. If you have an issue with your foam run, you have some bubbles or something somewhere, or lap lines or something that doesn't look right, this is, luckily for this character, it's a great way to hide some of that. If you're doing some sort of aquatic thing that everything's smooth, you really have to fix that in foam patching. Little touches there. Maybe just a little bit on this ear, like there had been some and it came off, whatever. So it also helps me, I'm going to take a step back and kind of look at this from a distance and see what I think.
Some years ago, I sculpted and cast and painted a design bust for this character. And now what we're doing is we're bringing that into the kind of real world where it has to become a suit for a performer to wear. But I did feel like I had worked out a number of issues in that first shot at it. So what we're going to do is we're going to take what worked on that, embellish it, and hopefully make this version even better than the original design bust.
So the model for this character is sitting behind me, and he's going to have this raccoon mask in black. And you can do this before, or you can do it after the wash that kind of tones down the white. Because it's black, it's not going to show, so it doesn't really matter, the wash. But I'm going to go ahead and do it first. So I take a little black acrylic, and I'm just going to do the same thing, is kind of dry brush onto the high points. It's got a little eye makeup going on here, kind of thing. Now, this is a part to be careful and mindful of what you're doing because it's black, and it's kind of hard to go backwards if you do too much or do something that you don't like. So I'm going to refer back to the model every now and then to see if I've got the placement pretty much where he had established it before. It's a good thing, even in sculpture, to have a turntable so you can quickly refer left to right, right to left, back and forth, back and forth. It always helps. Kind of keeping just the flat part of my brush on there so that I can not fill up too much of the crevices. Okay, so now I'm happy with the black.
Once again, the washes need to be applied because the clay is just looking like it's right out of the can, brushed on. And the washes, we would call them washes. Other people in other industries might call them something else, costumers tend to call this process teching down something, and that just means either spritz bottles or paint or airbrush, whatever it is, but knocking down that sort of brand new quality. And you really want to go a little bit more than you think you have to. Sometimes we get a little too precious with our paint jobs and we want to just leave them pristine. I'm a big believer in just junking it up and really making it feel lived in. Otherwise, it tends to look like it's a manufactured prop or a toy. You can use different paints for these washes. You have to be aware of what paint is going to stick to what. Sometimes some of the paints have difficulty adhering to each other. You have to do it in the correct order. For instance, if we had used acrylic paint first and then put rubber cement on top of that, the rubber cement wouldn't stick very well to that plasticky acrylic. You can do a trick where you wash it all down, wash acrylic down with denatured alcohol, and that helps for the rubber cement to adhere. But for a bodysuit, I don't like to take too many chances, and I don't like things to rub up. So we usually try to stay in the correct order of things. Sometimes for washes, we'll do a trick where we take a Sharpie, a marking pen, a permanent marking pen, and we'll break it open, and we'll put that Sharpie into a cup of 99% alcohol, and we'll let that, you sort of make tea out of it, right? You get it saturated, and then when you put that into your spritz bottle, you can spritz it, and you're basically putting ink on your rubber. And what's great about ink is that it's such a thin coat that it actually absorbs into the rubber a bit. Years ago, the Hensons were experimenting with that, and they were painting raw rubber. They wouldn't even start with a base coat of rubber cement. They would just paint right onto the foam with inks. And it was a very interesting technique. We did some of that in Jumanji. It allowed us to, if you recall the flower, the little poisonous flower that opened, it allowed us to get some very rich and vibrant colors. In this case, we're going to be using something like that as a very thin layer to knock down rather than to make the colors brighter. When we create a suit like this and we know we're going to cover a performer's head, it usually means that we're going to obstruct his vision. There's really no way around that unless you're making an appliance piece that blends right to his eyes. In this case, the head is forward of Tom's head to allow for eye mechanisms. So what we have to do is we have to give him as much vision as we possibly can. In this case, we're going to ask him to look through the eye holes. It's going to be a little bit like peeping through, two holes in a wall, because it's going to be in front of him, and we're going to be closing down that vision. So we're going to try to create eye shells that are a little bit misted, so that you can see through them, sort of like sunglasses, with an absolutely clear spot in the pupil itself. In addition, we'll have the ability to remove those eye shells completely for wide shots, over-the-shoulder shots, etc., to give them even more vision.
So now what I'm going to do is take these vacuform spheres and make eyeballs for the head. And the reason for vacuforms is because the actor, Tom, needs to see out of these. In order for him to see out of these, I have to basically obscure part of this so that he'll be able to see out of the hole of the pupil, but also be able to paint it so that you think it's a solid eye. So I'm going to take a wooden dowel, piece of tape, wrap it around kind of backwards like, but tight. Okay, I'm gonna take another piece of tape and secure that. And you're wondering, what the hell am I doing? I'm gonna try to get this to stick. So now that that's stuck, I'll take a drill. And now I'll be able to paint this right on top of the drill. We'll take some latex, and you're asking yourself, what's the latex for? And that, friends, I'm making a pupil out of this latex, so whatever I paint, I'll be able to peel this latex off, and he'll still be able to see through this. can be pretty big because he's going to need to be able to see out of this. So I can set this aside, let that dry while I'm doing the second one. Obviously repeat the process. Wrap it backwards so the sticky side is out and overlap the tip so that I have some of this tape sticking up. Take another piece of tape, make sure that's stuck to that wood really well. Find basically my center and press down so this dowel is now stuck. Don't super glue it, don't glue it with anything because you still need this pupil to be pretty clear. This is just so that you can spin it on a drill. So now I'm going to do the same thing and make a pretty round blob of latex, which will peel off after it's painted and your actor can see through this lens. It doesn't look very big, but when this is really close to your eye, you'll be able to see a lot out of it. Hopefully.
Now, when we're creating a character with mechanical articulated eyes, we go to great pains to make the eye spheres perfectly round. We make sure that the paint job does not violate the center of that sphere so that it looks absolutely real and the tolerances are very tight. For essentially a stunt head, which is what we're doing here, we can be a little more loosey-goosey. We can use a little bit more of the hand approach. We can eyeball it, if you will. So what Tim is going to show you is the sort of, down and dirty way of making a pair of stunt eyes that look pretty damn good. It's a different kind of tolerance that you'd need, a different requirement that you'll need for actual animatronic eyes, but this is a really good way to approach the stunt version of those eyes.
Take my drill again, put in one of the dowels, and the object of this is to be able to airbrush while you spin this thing and keep your iris perfectly spherical. Now you could usually take some kind of small template, obviously smaller than this, and try to airbrush it that way, but it doesn't ever really seem to work. You get a lot of bleed through. So I just personally like to do it this way. The first color I put on an eye is black. And that's going to be representing the pupil, obviously. So in spinning this, you know exactly where your dead center is. The important thing here is to obviously try to gauge both of the same size, especially with a creature that's got binocular vision where the eyes are pointing straight forward. You don't want them to be two different size eyes. People are going to buy it as fake. So you can either use a stencil or you could give it your best guess as long as they both look the same. Okay, so I feel these are really, really close, and I'm good with that. So on top of this pupil, I want to work in a little bit of this pearlescent white. I just want to make this eye, the iris, start to look a little grayer. Okay.
When we do eyeballs that are going to be parts of mechanisms, we'll be very, very specific with not only the shapes and the tolerances, but also the look of the eye itself. The iris is where all the cool stuff happens in an eye. That's where you get all those neat striations in there, because it is a muscle that contracts and expands, and that's what opens the pupil up. Tim likes to call these striations rods and cones, but for those of us who paid attention in 7th grade biology, we know that the rods and cones are actually receptors on the inside of the eyeball, but you know what we're talking about. The painting of these can be as complex or it can be as simple as you want for a stunt eye. In this case, we're not going to put too much effort into getting layers of translucency and recreating what nature has done so beautifully. If you want to do that, you can look up iridology. You can Google that and you can find a ton of great reference online. Eyeballs tend to look like expanding universes. There are so many great references out there for them. In this case, we're doing sort of the stunt version of the iris.
I'm just going to lighten these up by using a really thin detail brush and start to paint in some of these rods and cones. So you can spend a lot of time on this if you wanted. And these lines, these rods and cones that I'm painting can be quite repetitive. You can do it a lot. You can really just add layers and layers and layers. As you continue to kind of go lighter with color to some of the surface layers, a little thinner, a little more paint makes them a little bit more opaque. All the while I'm still using this wooden dowel to kind of spin my eyeball so I can get the same even lines. So you can see that the eye is starting to take some definite shape. My only real direction with this was to make them sort of a grayish or a lighter color, not like an evil monster red or something like that. So now I'm going to add a little bit of acrylic white because the airbrush white wasn't quite light enough. So this acrylic will be nice and thick. Should give me some pretty light lines here.
When you put an eyeball into an eyelid, into your rubber eyelid, all of a sudden it takes on a whole new meaning. When you just look at an eyeball on its own, it's just a cool painted sphere. But when you put it in that eye socket, it really starts to come to life. And one of the things you notice is that if that eye is not rolling around, and in this case our eye will not be rolling around, you don't see a whole lot of the white of the eye or the sclera of the eye. But that doesn't mean that it's not important, because if you don't hit that tone right, it can look very synthetic. The whites of the eyes can just pop, like when you see people in ultraviolet light and the whites of their eyes are really glowing. It looks very unnatural. Maybe that's an effect you want, but if you're trying to create a character that has a more sort of believable, less fantasy look, then you have to be careful of the color tone you apply to the sclera.
Okay, so now I'm going to take some white airbrush paint, and now from the back side, very carefully, just dust it a little bit where that scleral, the white part of your eye, is, and you can see that it's starting to show through. Don't want to start really caking it on because it won't dry. I don't want it to get runny, I want it to be pretty even. So I've got a little layer going on there. I'll switch to the other eye. Just kind of dust it in there, inside of the eyeball. Now remember, I'm still being able to obscure that, the seeing hole actually, for the lens by the tape and the dowel that I have, so I'm not painting over that. You want that as clear as you can have it so that your actor doesn't have to see through a foggy lens or anything that obscures what he's trying to look through. So this is just a really quick way to make an eye form that needs to look pretty good but also function as something an actor can see through. Like normal dental acrylic eyes for puppets and stuff, no one can really see through. It's not the same purpose, so those take, you know, a lot longer, completely different process. I'm going to dry the inside of these.
Crystal clear is an acrylic spray coating that we often use when we're coating plastic, sealing plastic in. And in this case, because the acrylic paints tend to scratch off of the vacuum formed plastic fairly easily. Like if you take your fingernail and scrape it, you'll probably scrape the paint off. Crystal clear is an extra binding coat that we put on just to give it a little bit more protection. I remember back in the old days, Stan Winston was making his own contact lenses by vacuumforming over spheres and cutting those spheres out, the clear vacuum, and sanding the edges so there was nothing rough. And then he would paint and crystal clear it, and those would actually go in actors' eyes. This was in the early 80s, early to mid 80s. It's come a long way since then, but crystal clear is a good non-toxic material. Now, when you're spraying it, it is toxic. It's got propellants in it. Once it dries, it's non-toxic.
All right, so now that I really feel the paint on this looks pretty good, I'm gonna crystal clear it very lightly. And it's just Krylon crystal clear. And I wanna make the surface of this shiny. Kind of protects the paint, keeps it shiny, gives it a little gloss, but I want to dust it really lightly first, very lightly. And what that's going to do, sometimes if you just start to cake on that crystal clear, it'll bleed those colors and it'll start to run and completely ruin your paint job. So if you just dust it just a little bit, let that dry. Once you let that first layer dry, you can go on a little heavier and give it a gloss. Now, so this thing doesn't start to pool anywhere, you can keep it spinning as you're drying it. You're also going to want to crystal clear the back side, and because if I were to scratch the inside of this, you'll see that I scraped off paint on the inside of that eyeball. So I kind of want to give that a protective layer too.
Normally, on a bigger budget movie, we would make multiple sets of these eye shells, and we just keep them in a box, safe, because you never know. On set, they can fall out. Somebody can step on them. They can get crushed very easily. We don't glue these in permanently because we want to have the ability to pop them in and out so that Tom can have a little bit more vision in wide shots or over-the-shoulder shots. When he's wearing an animatronic head, he really has no vision out the eye holes either. So we have to find other ways to allow him to see. Sometimes we'll give him a little video monitor if we can fit that inside the head, little tiny heads-up goggles. Sometimes his head is pointing down and he's looking down through maybe some fur or a mesh or something down towards the ground. Or maybe his head is in the neck of the creature and the details are such that, that he's peering out through some interesting sculptural facets. But in this case, we are stuck with him peering out through the tiny pupil of these eyes, and we're going to take a chance that we're just going to be careful with them, and we won't lose them. Although we're going to be in the desert, so it's possible that when we take them very carefully out, a gust of wind carries them off a big crater, you know, and down into a Grand Canyon-like abyss. But that's what we'll have lots of rope for, and we'll just wrap it around Tim, his ankles, and lower him down until he says, "I got it," and then we'll haul him up. Since we sculpted our creature suit, you saw us mold it, you saw us core it, you saw us run the rubber, seam the rubber, you saw us patch, paint, do test fittings, and soon you're going to see us take it out to the desert to use it in the actual trailer that we're going to shoot. Now, we created this character with the intent of making the face an animatronic face. We didn't actually do that because we didn't need to, because the trailer didn't require it, and we don't need the animatronics to move the project forward, the larger project forward. But what we did do was we took it all the way up through the steps of sculpting for the animatronics and creating the core for that. And those are all accurate and necessary steps. We've been gaining some momentum on the general film project part of this thing. And now it looks like we have a pretty good shot of becoming a bigger feature film than I ever imagined. There's an opportunity here that I hope to share with you in the future and give you a glimpse behind the scenes of the making of the entire feature film. But one of the things that I've learned as an artist is that you're never completely happy with what you've done. You've got a deadline that you have to adhere to, and that's a good thing because deadlines keep us moving forward, and otherwise we'll just flounder forever. I'd rather have something finished and flawed than something unfinished and potentially perfect. So after shooting in the desert, when we took it out to Anza-Borrego and shot our little trailer, I've had a chance to really look at the shapes of the creature on film, and there's a lot I don't like about it. So we're going to be making some redesign choices before we go to the big screen, and I intend to share those with you when the time is right. But for now, I just wanted to say thank you for joining me. I'm Alec Gillis for the Stan Winston School of Character Arts, and thanks for watching.